Phoenix Nights. Chapter 559. All right. Fan Yuhai nodded. He had no choice but to bring out something useful at this moment. He took out a military map that belonged to the Jiaoji kingdom and said, "Your Majesty, the mercenaries seem to be in control of the situation in Jiaoji, but in reality, they don't have a stable footing. Many of the prefectures only submit on the surface. Due to the limited number of mercenaries, the ones managing them are mostly the Jiaoji mercenaries led by Hong Jin. These people basically don't have much combat strength. As long as our army arrives, it'll be easy for them to open the gates and surrender. I'm 90% confident in this." Fan Yuhai paused for a moment. When he saw Pai Yisai nodding in satisfaction, he continued, "With this, we can conquer most of Jiaoji without shedding a single drop of blood. The only troublesome places are the capital, Hanoi City and Shiyu City. However, there aren't many mercenaries stationed here. I've already sent people to investigate. There are only 30 cold fronters, 800 auxiliary soldiers, and less than 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers. As long as we use the right method, the probability of eliminating them is at least 80%. The right method? What kind of method?" King Pai Yisai asked curiously. "Your Majesty, you should know that Hanoi City is currently selling all kinds of goods through trade, right? Then, as long as we dress up as a group of merchants and enter Hanoi Prefecture first, we can take them by surprise and kill them. How can a mere 2,000 mercenaries be a match for us? When that happens, not only can we eliminate them, we can also obtain the most advanced firearms in their hands. After studying them, why can't we have an elite army with advanced firearms? If he could master these guns, he would have the ability to face the mercenary army head-on. Not to mention, we also have other methods to prevent them from attacking us." Seeing how confident Fan Yuhai was, Pai Yisai was tempted. "What other methods are there?" Your Majesty, when the mercenaries first entered Jiaoji, they tried to confuse us with negotiations. For that, we paid the price of 20,000 Han civilians and delayed the war by 10 days. I have never understood this matter. Could it be that the mercenaries really care about the lives of the Han people? In fact, when I sent someone to investigate, the news that came back confirmed my thoughts. In every city of Jiaoji that was conquered, the status of the Han people there became much higher. Is there such a thing? It was the first time Pai Yisai had heard of this. Of course, this did not mean that their intelligence agencies were blind and deaf. It was just that in that era, the people in power valued their own interests more. How many people took the common people seriously? If they didn't pay attention to it, naturally, even if there was such information, it would be automatically blocked by their subordinates. Is this true? Fan Yuhai nodded heavily before revealing a strange smile. Your Majesty, think about it. If we take down Jiaoji first and control the Han people there, when the main force of the mercenaries arrives, we push these Han people out. At that time, what will the mercenaries choose to do? Those are the people they painstakingly saved. Are they going to kill 100 of them just like that? They will feel heartache. But if they don't kill them, the initiative of the war will fall into our hands. When that time comes, the entire Jiaoji will become one of the territories of the Lan Sang Kingdom. You, the great King Pai Yisai, will become the most dazzling person and forever be recorded in the annals of history." Fan Yuhai's words were extremely bewitching. At this moment, King Pai Yisai couldn't help but nod his head. The Lan Sang Kingdom's territory was too small. Even though Pai Yisai believed that he wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of ruling a country, he was ultimately unable to expand because of the territory. Now that Jiaoji had become an ownerless object, it would belong to whoever took it. Why didn't he have the right to take it by force? While Pai Yisai was still weighing the benefits in his heart, Fan Yuhai, who was sitting opposite him, opened his mouth again. Your Majesty, there are countless businesses in gold and silver in Hanoi City. Those are all very compact goods. They belong to the kind that is priceless. There was even a Yang family bank established there. It was said that there was a mountain of gold and silver in there. If one could occupy that place, one would be able to gain a lot of wealth. With money, one would be able to recruit soldiers and buy horses. After becoming strong, it would not be impossible for one to send troops to the Ming dynasty. There is a good saying among the Han people. It is better to have the guts than to be a king. Hearing this, Piasai's eyes lit up. What Fan Yuhai said was indeed a dream of his. The reason why the Ming dynasty was strong was not because their military was strong, nor was it because their governance was good. It was nothing more than occupying a large territory. Piasai had even thought more than once that if he was the emperor there, he would definitely do better than the Ming dynasty emperor. All he lacked was an opportunity to show his talent. But now, after hearing what Fan Yuhai said, it seemed that his great dream could be realized. How could it not make Piasai restless? Previously, his general, Seihai, came to report that His Majesty the King would finally meet Fan Yuhai. He did not take it seriously. But this time, after thinking about it, he came to see him. After meeting him, he found that this person was really a great talent. At least, he had a much better vision than the generals in his country. Thinking that Fan Yuhai was a famous general, he could not help but want to recruit him. General Fan, I wonder if you can come to my Lansang kingdom? You can rest assured that once you come here, I will give you the position of general. The soldiers of the entire Lansang kingdom will be at your disposal. How about it? Piasai cherished talent and wanted to recruit Fan Yuhai. He even did not hesitate to entrust him with important tasks. In his opinion, his power and Fan Yuhai's talent were the best combination. Thank you, Your Majesty the King. In the face of Piasai's recruitment, Fan Yuhai accepted with a smile. Then, there was a burst of laughter in the room. Then, the two sides carried out in-depth discussions on specific plans. For example, the matter of attacking Hanoi City first, how to use the terrain to defeat the mercenaries during the attack, the formation of the inspection team, the forging of iron shields, and so on. In a word, they had to use up all the bullets of the mercenaries. Piasai left with a satisfied face. The two sides agreed to take action after a month. The reason why they chose this time was because they needed to constantly send spies to Hanoi City to cooperate with the mercenaries. And this required time to operate. In the room, a black shadow walked out from the dark. This person was not tall and had a very ordinary appearance. However, his eyes flashed with light, giving people a very dangerous feeling. General, why did you agree to join the Lansang kingdom? As soon as this person appeared, he revealed a trace of murderous intent. Even when he looked at Fan Yuhai, his eyes were also in a state of interrogation. Sigh. Fan Yuhai sighed, knowing that he had been misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, Brother Min, you've misunderstood. Why would I want to join the Lansang kingdom? Isn't this to reduce the other party's vigilance? You know that I have received the favor of King Lili. Even if I die, I will be a citizen of Jiaoji. This will not change. The person called Brother Min was full name Li Min. He was the adopted son of King Lili of Jiaoji. It was said that he was picked up from the deep mountains and forests when he was hunting. This person had been with beasts since young. When he was first seen, he was still drinking wolf milk. Such a person with a wild heart was given special training after being adopted by Lili. He was very powerful. A while ago, he went out to find the elixir of immortality for Lili. That was how he escaped the attack of the mercenaries. After receiving the news and returning, he could not find his adoptive father. Li Min found Fan Yuhai to seek a way to restore the kingdom. The difference between Li Min and Fan Yuhai was that Li Min didn't want to defeat the mercenaries. It was too difficult for him to complete this mission alone. His goal was to find the whereabouts of his adoptive father and save him. Fan Yuhai, who knew Li Min's ability, agreed to this request in order to use him. He also said that he would find a suitable opportunity to make a move. As long as he could capture the Ming dynasty's Duke of Loyalty, Yang Qindong, there would be a great chance to exchange for King Lili. Because of this, Li Min agreed to follow Fan Yuhai. He was the one who heard the conversation with Piasai. He said that he wanted to join the Lansang kingdom. He did not hide it anymore and came out to question. Fan Yuhai's answer temporarily dispelled Li Min's worries. He did not care about this matter anymore and took the initiative to talk about other things. Ming's special envoy is here. Do you want to meet him? Of course, I want to meet him. Fan Yuhai did not care which faction came. As long as he could help him, it was fine. In the backyard, a man in cotton clothes was standing under a tree. He looked up at the sky as if there was a beautiful scenery in front of him. As someone who was chosen by Jining and sent here to carry out the assassination mission, he needed to be very vigilant at all times. Therefore, when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, he suddenly flew up. A long sword had appeared in his right hand at some unknown time, and he was already holding it against Fan Yuhai's throat, who had just entered the courtyard. What do you mean by this? Even with the sword on his neck, Fan Yuhai's expression did not change at all. It was not because of anything else, but because Li Min was standing beside him. Nothing. I just want to test your strength. Just as the man finished speaking, a white light suddenly flashed. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. His right hand that was holding the sword hurt, and then the long sword fell to the ground. Chapter 560. Needless to say, it was Li Min who attacked. After he swung his sword, he solved the crisis and even injured the Ming envoy. Then, he said coldly, "You want to test other people's strength with just this little bit of skill? Save it." Okay. The Ming envoy who retreated didn't even look at the sword that fell to the ground. Instead, he focused on Li Min. He was indeed a little careless just now. He thought that he didn't need to use all his strength to deal with a defeated general who ran away. But now, it seemed that the other party was indeed capable since he could escape from the mercenaries. Very good, you've successfully angered me. I hope you can perform as well as you did just now. The northern Ming envoy's gaze became much more solemn. A wave of killing intent even uncontrollably exuded from his body, crazily sweeping out like a whirlwind with him as the center. This was a strong murderous aura that could only be produced after killing a lot of people. If it was an ordinary person, just this murderous aura alone would make them tremble and lose their morale. Unfortunately, Fan Yuhai had led troops for many years and killed countless people on the battlefield. Naturally, murderous aura was useless against him. As for Li Min, he had been with beasts since he was very young and was used to life and death. This murderous aura didn't affect him much. After releasing his murderous aura, the Ming envoy suddenly had a long sword in his hand. This was why he was so powerful. He had a total of 13 swords on his body. Therefore, the people in Jianghu gave him the nickname of 13 Swords. With a sword in hand, the Ming envoy rushed toward Li Min with a heroic spirit. Compared to intimidating Fan Yuhai, he preferred this powerful and cold murderous aura that gave him the same feeling. Ding ding dang dang, the saber and the sword kept colliding in the small courtyard, creating a series of noises. The noises attracted the attention of Fan Yuhai's personal guards. A group of 100 people quickly surrounded the small courtyard and pointed their spears at the two people in the courtyard. Regardless of whether it was Li Min, who had been hiding in the dark, or the Northern Ming special envoy, who had good swordsmanship and a murderous aura, these personal guards did not recognize them. Their duty was to protect the general's safety, and they would definitely not allow anyone to threaten Fan Yuhai. With the appearance of the personal guard, Fan Yuhai's face flashed with an unknown smile. He had an idea in his heart. He wanted to test the weight of these two people because he already had a good plan in his heart. Whether or not it would succeed would depend on the ability of the executor. Surround them to say, capture them. After spitting out a few simple words, the 100 personal guards had already picked out 6 10-man teams and rushed towards the two top-notch assassins. It was a fair fight for one person to face-to-face to kill to kill. The two of them who were in the middle of a fight were suddenly interrupted. Naturally, their expressions didn't look too good. To say, Li face to say, and the guards to say, to kill to say, he, to say, to win to kill to the guards to say, he was to say, to kill the closest to him. To say, he to say, to kill to say, to say, to say, to say, to say, to on to say. To be able to become a top assassin, his IQ was naturally very high. Li Min could tell that Fan Yuhai wanted to test his skills. Since that was the case, he wouldn't be polite. As long as he didn't kill his opponent, even if he severely injured his opponent, it was completely within the boundaries. After all, swords and spears had no eyes, so it was reasonable to injure his opponent. The Ming envoy was also very angry. Although he had already used his seventh sword, which proved that he was not Li Min's opponent, it was not easy for him to find such a strong opponent. However, for an expert like him, it was not easy to find a strong opponent. He was looking for his own shortcomings through this fight, but now, he was interrupted by someone. It was impossible to say that he was not angry at all. Since the guard's appearance made him unhappy, he certainly wouldn't show mercy. Of course, he wouldn't forget his mission, so he only injured the guards and didn't have the intention to kill. Fortunately, both of them didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, Fan Yuhai's 100 guards would soon be replaced. And even if they didn't have the intention to kill, at least half of the guards would have to be replaced. This was because many of the injured guards were saved, but because of their injuries, it would be difficult for them to recover to their original peak state. Naturally, since they were able to survive and continue to be the guards, their strength would also rise to a higher level because of this fight. A real assassin was particular about suddenly appearing, then striking with his sword, seizing the head of his opponent, and leaving gracefully. Therefore, when facing an organized army, it was difficult for them to show their strong ability. From this point of view, regardless of whether it was Li Min or the Northern Ming special envoy, both of them were somewhat unqualified. They were actually able to remain extremely calm, and their attacks were as fast as lightning. Often, after a blade or sword slashed out, a personal guard would be struck and fall to the ground. It was precisely because of their strong ability that Fan Yuhai's eyes lit up. Weren't they the people he was looking for? The Duke of Loyalty of the Great Ming Dynasty was often protected by an organized army. It was naturally difficult for ordinary assassins to get close to him. What he needed was an expert who could kill 100 or 1,000 people. Regardless of whether it was Li Min or the Ming envoy, both of them seemed to meet this requirement. How could he not be happy? That's right, Fan Yuhai had the idea of assassinating Yang Chidong. The mercenaries were too strong. Not only did they have the world's most advanced firearms, but they also had cannons that had a destructive power that was as powerful as thunder. These were not things that they could resist. It was too difficult to defeat the mercenaries in a direct confrontation. In comparison, it was a good choice to capture the leader first. If he could capture or kill the Duke of Loyalty of the Great Ming Dynasty, it would be the best time to disintegrate them when they were without a leader. At that time, when the mercenaries' morale was in chaos, he could use some methods to suppress some and rope in some. How could he not accomplish his goal of restoring Jiaoji? He could even obtain those advanced weapons. Jiaoji would definitely be stronger than before. It should be said that this was Fan Yuhai's goal. The so-called seeking refuge with the Lansen kingdom was just for the sake of Ampiasi. After all, it was very difficult for him to severely injure the mercenaries with his current strength. Since that was the case, it was necessary to find suitable helpers. In his eyes, there were fewer and fewer of the 100 personal guards who were still standing on the battlefield. Although they were also veterans, they were more particular about teamwork. When their teammates were injured one after another, there was no one to cooperate with them. In a one-on-one battle, they were unable to effectively display their abilities and were defeated one by one. In the end, there were less than 10 of them who were still standing on the battlefield. Enough. Fan Yuhai, who didn't wish for the entire army to be wiped out and didn't wish to replace all of his personal guards, finally spoke up. Following which, he invited Li Min and the Northern Ming envoy to the final room in the courtyard. From this point of view, he had already acknowledged the strength of these two people. In this dimly lit room, Fan Yuhai took the initiative to pour tea for the two murderous men who were still out of breath. When he sat down again, his voice had already regained its calmness. Northern Ming's special envoy, right? Tell me, what do you need us to do? What kind of help can you provide us? The Ming envoy was a straightforward person, After the test, he didn't seem to want to waste any more time. He raised his head and looked into Fan Yuhai's eyes. He said very generously, "We will provide you with everything you need. We only have one goal, which is to kill the great Ming dynasty's Duke of Loyalty." This kind of request was exactly what Fan Yuhai wanted. Fan Yuhai could not help but feel happy, but he did not show it on his face. He first looked at Li Min. This person naturally wanted to save King Lily, so he nodded in agreement. Fan Yuhai then looked at the beaming envoy again. "But how should I address you?" "Shin Kun." "Brother Shin, this matter is very important. We need to plan it carefully. Do you have a specific plan?" Fan Yuhai asked in a consulting tone. "The plan is up to you. You just need to give me a suitable opportunity to send me to the Duke of Loyalty. With my methods, you should believe that no one can stop me in close combat," Shin Kun said very heroically and confidently, as if he was the most arrogant person in the world. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, Li Min's voice sounded. "I don't think highly of your strength." "HM?" Hearing someone doubt him, even if this person was Li Min, who was stronger than him, Shin Kun's eyes still revealed a very angry expression. Li Min was unmoved, but what she said next made Shin Kun's expression soften. He even had to nod in agreement. "I don't think highly of your individual strength, but if you can cooperate with me, I think it will be foolproof." "Okay, I agree. We can work together," Shin Kun said decisively. For a moment, the three of them couldn't help but laugh loudly. It was as if Yang Qindong only had half his life left, and could be taken away by them at any time. Yang Qindong didn't know everything that happened in this remote town. Although the security bureau was established, it was impossible for them to know everything in the world. They only paid attention to the actions of some big cities and important people. But this time, Piasai's actions were very mysterious and successfully avoided the security bureau's tracking. He didn't know that someone wanted to assassinate him. Of course, even if he knew, Yang Qindong wouldn't be afraid. Not only did he have the first and second guard teams, but his own strength had also increased greatly. Especially after having sex with Hu Yan and the other girls, his body's flexibility and strength were at least 50% better than when he was at his peak in the previous world. Chapter 561. He couldn't understand how his body could be developed to such an extent, and could only attribute it to the benefits of transmigrating. While his own strength was increasing, after he took down the number 1 Shang clan, he returned to Crimson City and walked around the various factories. While he was inspecting, he was also using his warehouse to create miracles. Since he had already become a legend and the commoners already had the impression that he was a god, Yang Qindong didn't mind doing more exciting things. For example, after he dismissed everyone at the power plant, Luan Qi and the rest discovered all sorts of never-before-seen generators the next morning. For example, after spending a night at the steel factory, after spending a night at the military factory, after spending a night at the factory, after spending a night there, Luan Qi and the rest discovered various armored vehicles and 63 amphibious tanks. Everyone was dumbfounded by the miracles created by Yang Qindong. Often after seeing these things, their first feeling was to kneel on the ground and shout that the gods had shown their spirit. However, no one asked Yang Qindong what was going on. This was a question that couldn't be answered. Fortunately, under the feudal society, people's thoughts were too restricted. Few people would ask why when something happened. Furthermore, these miraculous things were only known to a few higher-ups in the various factories, and their influence was still very limited. Moreover, these people were usually immersed in the process of research and learning, so no one would find trouble with Yang Qindong. He stayed in Crimson City for 2 months and spent the new year of 1452 with Hu Yan and the other 2 girls in the palace. The fireworks and firecrackers in the Crimson City Plaza attracted the attention of millions of people outside the city. The current population of Crimson City was already saturated. Out of the 4.5 million commoners from the southern Ming dynasty, 500,000 of them had already entered the various factories in the city after being selected and vetted. The rest had either been arranged into various training schools or allocated to a sizable amount of land. Each and every one of them was living a wonderful life of hope that they had never imagined before. It was also on this night that Yang Chundong and the three girls slept together. Only when the sun was about to rise did the sixth young master let the three women go, full of vigor. Hu Yen and the others naturally lay on the bed, unwilling to move. At this moment, they began to think about the idea that they had been thinking about before. They should find a few more sisters, otherwise, they would die of exhaustion on this matter sooner or later. After New Year's Day, Crimson City showed a flourishing state of development. With sufficient manpower, the factories went all out. Whether it was quantity or quality, there was a certain increase. With Yang Chenong's help, there were many new things. Gold and silver flowed like water into the Red Nest City's warehouse. Yu Qian was so happy that his face turned red. Tian Tian was as sweet as honey. Although he didn't care about money or grain when he was in the great Ming dynasty, he still roughly knew how much money there was in the national treasury. How could there be such a rich and abundant city like Crimson City? With money, it was naturally easier to do things. Yu Qian felt that he could speak with more confidence, and his back was stiffer. Everything was on the right track. More and more Han people were beginning to adapt to life here. More and more educated youths were learning and becoming stronger every day. Just as another wave of people was about to join the army, Yang Chenong led the 2nd and 3rd regiments of the Cold Front Army, as well as the 20 auxiliary battalions, and left the island. The new year was coming, and he was about to embark on another expedition. Vietnam, Hanoi City, the former capital of Jiaoji. At this moment, it was shrouded in dark clouds. In 2 months, Fan Yuhai and the Lan Xang Kingdom had made all the preparations. When the last caravan entered Hanoi City, the total number of soldiers hidden in the city had reached 5,000. In fact, there were only about 2,000 mercenaries in the city, plus about 10,000 Jiaoji mercenaries. However, the entire population of Hanoi City was over 200,000. In comparison, a ratio of 20 to 1 was more than enough. However, under the enemy's preparations, this number was obviously not enough. At least, it gave Fan Yuhai and the general of the Lan Xang Kingdom, Sai Shi, such a feeling. Sai Shi was one of the most powerful generals in the Lan Xang Kingdom. Most of the soldiers under him were from the Dragon tribe. This time, under the king's orders, he brought 50,000 men to deal a fatal blow to Hanoi City. Long before they had made their move on Hanoi City, they had already taken down the important city of Go Chi City in the northwest of Vietnam. There were only 500 Vietnamese mercenaries defending it, and it wasn't even an effective defense. Thus, it was easily taken down by Fan Yuhai and Sisi. Of course, this was also because Vietnam had just been established, and the centralization of power was not yet complete. After taking down Go Chi City, General Sai Shi led the 70,000 soldiers towards Hanoi City. Fan Yuhai brought the remaining 60,000 soldiers to attack the other cities in Vietnam. From this point, it could be seen that he had big plans. Furthermore, he intended to hand over Hanoi City to the Lan Xang Kingdom, which showed his high intelligence. Sai Shi could also feel that Fan Yuhai was a little clever. However, the temptation of Hanoi City was too great. Thinking about the mountain of goods in the commercial street, and the Yang family bank, who knew how much gold and silver were stored there. If he could take over Hanoi City, the Lan Xang Kingdom would have more capital to develop. With such an excited thought, Sai Shi led his men to surround Hanoi City. Then, he prepared to knock on the city's west gate with his spies that night. Songjia was the person in charge of Vietnam that Yang Chundong had left behind. Recently, he was so busy that he could only sleep for 4 to 6 hours at night. However, he really liked this kind of work pressure. Just like what the 6th young master always said, if you don't work hard when you are young, if you don't fight hard, do you have to wait until you are old to regret it? Now that he had such a direction to strive for, of course, he wanted to put on a show for others to see. In addition to being able to prove his value, he believed that if he did things well, the 6th young master would definitely take note of it. In the future, there would definitely be a higher position waiting for him and the entire Yang family. Although the work was busy, after more than 2 months of tempering, many things had begun to gradually get on the right track. He had a better understanding of the situation here, and when he did things, it was much easier. Reporting to the governor, the Security Bureau's Gao Yu requests an audience. A person in charge of his safety said outside the office. Songzhi, who had been appointed as the governor of Vietnam, suddenly heard that someone from the Security Bureau had come. He couldn't help but frown. His intuition told him that when these people appeared, it would not be good news. But he still nodded and said, "Invite Leader Gao in." Gao Yu, one of the elite agents of the Security Bureau, was also a person that the current deputy director, Yang San, valued very much. This time, he was sent to Vietnam to be in charge of the intelligence work here. Gao Yu strode into the office and gave Songzhi a military salute. Although the two sides did not have a direct relationship, as the person in charge of Vietnam appointed by the sixth young master, he must give the corresponding respect. "You don't have to be so polite, Director Gao. Please take a seat." Songzhi also returned the salute, and said politely with a smile. Gao Yu, on the other hand, did not have the slightest smile on his face. Instead, he answered very seriously. "Governor Song, we have lost contact with Goyong City." "Goyong City?" Hearing this, Songzhi's face flashed with surprise. He was very clear about the situation in Vietnam during this period of time. He was very familiar with the location of the city, and what kind of role it played. However, out of caution, he still asked again. "Did something happen to your people that caused you to be unable to contact them in time?" The transportation in ancient times was not good, so there would be some problems with the transmission of information. It was very normal to be late for a few days. It was no wonder that Songzhi thought in this direction. Gao Yu, on the other hand, shook his head with certainty. "That won't happen. When we send messages, we use 2 people and 2 lines. They don't overlap. Even if something happens to one of them, the other will definitely bring the news over. But now, it is the designated time, and there is still no news. I suspect." When Gao Yu said the words, "I suspect," his expression was obviously more serious. However, he paused for less than 2 seconds before he resolutely said his guess. "I suspect that either something happened to them, or Goyong City has gone out of control and they can't leave the city." "Out of control? Can't leave the city?" This conclusion was a little scary, and even Songzhi had to treat it with caution. "Are you sure, Leader Gao? You should know the possible consequences of this conclusion." "I'm sure." Gao Yu's answer was very straightforward. In fact, he dared to say this because he had already waited for an extra day. In other words, after 24 hours, there was still no news about Goyong City. That was why he came to look for Songzhi. According to the internal regulations of the Security Bureau, he had already gone a little overboard. However, there was no other way. This matter involved too many people, so he had to be very careful. That was why he had waited for an extra day. Hearing Gao Yu's affirmation, Songzhi's expression turned even uglier. He strode over to the map of Vietnam hanging on the wall. His gaze paused on Go Ming City for a moment before he punched it. "Do they really have the guts to do this?" Needless to say, Gao Yu, who was standing behind him, naturally knew who he was referring to. This result was exactly the same as his previous analysis. He was also somewhat unable to accept it, but what was coming was unavoidable. Chapter 562. Bang bang bang! While Gao Yu was still accepting this fact in his heart, a few gunshots suddenly rang out in the dark night outside. "What's going on?" Songzhi and Gao Yu shouted at the same time. "Governor, the gunshots are coming from the west gate. It seems like it's coming from the city." Lin Feng, who was guarding the door, had good eyesight. When the gunshots were heard, he ran out to the street and found the source of the gunshots with his keen eyesight and judgment. The gunshots were getting louder and louder, showing no signs of slowing down. Songzhi and Gao Yu looked at each other and knew that the worst situation had come. "Leader Gao, judging from the gunshots, there are a lot of enemies. We need to prepare for the worst." Songzhi quickly calmed down. There was nothing to be afraid of. "I understand. I will immediately bring the radio box here and contact the outside. How could Gao Yu not know how critical the situation was right now? Since the enemy had chosen to make a move on their mercenaries, the other 3 city gates must have been sealed off as well. It would be impossible to rely on people to ask for help from outside. Thank you, Leader Gao. Song Zhi nodded seriously. Only a few people knew about the existence of a radio station in Hanoi City. It was one of the secret weapons that Yang Qindong had prepared for them before he left. Because there was no electricity in this city, in order to prevent the radio from running out of battery, Yang Qindong had specifically ordered that it should not be used unless it was a major incident. Even if they wanted to use it, they needed to get the approval of both the governor and the security bureau. It seemed that now was the critical moment to use it. Gao Yu turned and left the office. Song Zhi hesitated for a moment, and then said to Lin Feng, "Go and get platoon leader Lu and General Hong Jin." Not long after, the platoon leader of the Ling Feng platoon, Lu Jian, and the Vietnamese mercenary general, Hong Jin, appeared in the governor's office. When they arrived, they saw Song Zhi and another man busily working on something. Knowing that the two had arrived, Song Zhi walked out of the office and looked at Hong Jin. "What's the situation outside?" Reporting to Governor Song, after the west gate was breached, the south gate was also lost. Our troops are currently fighting with the enemy while retreating into the city. There are too many enemies and it's dark. We're not prepared. Hong Jin lowered his head as he spoke, his face full of guilt. Of the 3 generals of the Vietnamese mercenaries, Wan Chunqing and Chin Di were not in the city, so he was in charge of commanding the Vietnamese mercenaries. Under his efforts, the 4 city gates that were originally guarded by the auxiliary barracks were now handed over to them. This trust made him extremely touched. Just as he was thinking of performing well, who would have thought that the enemy would suddenly appear? In addition, there were actually traitors among his soldiers. This caught him off guard and caused him to lose 2 city gates in a row. Hong Jin wanted to die. The city had been breached, and he was the person in charge. How could he still be trusted and used by the mercenaries? Seeing Hong Jin's grievance and self-blame, Song Zhi sighed. He was angry at Hong Jin's uselessness, but what was the use of scolding him now? It would only make the morale of the troops more unstable. Once Hong Jin was pushed into the enemy's camp, it would only help the enemy's strength. All right, this governor knows about this matter. Let's think about how to take the blame and defend the city first. How about this? You immediately bring your men to stop the enemy from entering the city. You don't have to force them out, but you have to at least slow them down. Do you understand? He was not scolded, and his military power was not taken away. Instead, he was given a chance to take the blame. Hong Jin was touched, and his body tensed up as he said, "Governor, please rest assured. As long as I, Hong Jin, am still breathing, I will not let them get here so quickly." "Good, if you can defend until dawn, I'll give you a merit." Song Zhi nodded, and patted Hong Jin's shoulder confidently. He had a look that said, "I believe in you, go ahead and do it." The so-called defense until dawn meant that they had to defend the business district, and not be attacked before dawn. This was because the provincial office, the Yang family's bank, and the most profitable shops were all gathered in this area. As long as there were no problems here, even if Hanoi City was surrounded, the loss would not be too great. Hong Jin went out with a solemn expression, leaving the platoon leader of the Ling Front platoon, Lu Jian. He started as an auxiliary soldier, step by step until today. He had also been tested for loyalty. Now Lu Jian had completely grown up. His body stood there like a javelin, like a sharp sword that could be unsheathed at any time, giving off a cold, murderous aura. "Platoon leader Lu, gather our soldiers and ask them to retreat. After that, go to the top floor of the watchtower. I'll wait for you." Song Zhi did not need to be too courteous to Lu Jian, who was completely trustworthy. He also did not need to motivate him. He only needed to give the order. "Yes." After a standard military salute, Lu Jian turned and left. Song Zhi stood there, and could not help but sigh. "Looks like I have to use my last resort." The so-called last resort was the top floor of the watchtower. This was another insurance that Yang Chenong left for Songsha before he left. The watchtower was similar to the watchtowers during the anti-Japanese war. It was temporarily built with cement after Yang Chenong led the army to occupy Hanoi City. It was for the sake of better monitoring the surrounding environment and safety. However, others did not know that there were two 12.7mm heavy machine guns on the top floor of the watchtowers at the east and west ends of the business district. The full name was QJZ-89 12.7mm heavy machine gun. Theoretical firing rate, 450 to 600 rounds/minute. Effective range, 1,500 meters. It was a killing machine that the sixth young master left for Songsha. Unless Erebus had poor vision, otherwise, once this machine gun was fired, no matter how many enemies came, they would only be courting death. This was the reason why Songsha insisted that Hong Jin block the enemies outside until dawn. At this time, some people might ask, why not use artillery to attack? Songsha quickly gave up on the idea. They were in the city, and if they used the cannons, they would inevitably hurt the civilians. These people had just become citizens of Vietnam, and they did not have a complete sense of belonging. Once the cannons were fired, the entire city would explode, and he would have to clean up the mess. More importantly, due to the destructive power of the artillery, there were only 2 of them in the unstable Vietnam region. Furthermore, there were not many shells, and they were mainly used to intimidate the enemy. If they were really used to kill the enemy, the scale was far from enough. The heavy machine gun was different. It could control its killing range and effectively kill the enemy within a certain distance. It was definitely a powerful weapon. Unfortunately, the ammunition for the machine gun could not be produced by the factory in Cheng City, so there were not many bullets. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Songsha would not use this machine gun. Just as the battle cries from the west and south were incessant, a radio wave had already passed through the city and flew into the distance. On the surface, it seemed that the entire Hanoi city had been surrounded, and not a single person had escaped. However, the news had already spread far and wide. This was a radio station that should have appeared in the 18th century. It should be the second year after the invention of electricity. Because of the arrival of Yang Chendong, it was already used by the mercenaries. This was not only a secret, even if it was announced, not many people would understand it. The news was transmitted over and over again, and it had already been repeated 4 times. Gao Yu, who was in charge of controlling the radio station, could not help but break out in cold sweat. Although he had learned how to operate this thing, this was the first time he had used it alone. Could anyone really accept it? He couldn't help but be worried. What if the other party didn't turn it on because they wanted to save power? Wouldn't his call be useless? Worse still, after a long period of use, who knew when the radio station would run out of power? If that happened, it would be no different from a piece of junk. Gao Yu was very nervous. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. He kept praying in his heart. Hurry up and receive it! Hurry up and receive it! At this moment, a fleet was sailing on the sea from the direction of Ryukyu Island towards Yunnan Province. The ship was moving at a moderate speed to avoid accidentally bumping into any huge rocks in the shallows. Although it was impossible under normal circumstances, considering that the 6th young master was in the fleet, they absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. Therefore, the crew was especially careful. Compared to the careful and cautious Navy crew, the more than 10,000 mercenaries on the ship were much more relaxed. Some of them had already gone to sleep, and some of them were sitting together playing poker or chess. When there was no war, they could relax appropriately. This was a combination of work and rest, and Yang Chendong had given special permission. Therefore, although it was late at night, there were still many soldiers who had not gone to sleep. Wang Shan was one of them. Originally, he was in charge of the radio station tonight. Compared with other radio stations, the one with Yang Chendong was on 24 hours a day. As for the problem of power supply, don't be ridiculous. With the 6th young master there, Would the battery still be a problem? Because of his excellent performance in the radio training class, and because Wang Shan himself was very clever, he was chosen by Yang Qindong to be a telegraph correspondent. But when the radio station rarely transmitted any news, Wang Shan slowly stopped guarding it even when he was sleeping like before. Just like just now, when he played do dijou with his comrades for a while, he did not guard the radio station. Chapter 563. But in less than half an hour, after a few rounds, he handed the cards to his comrade beside him and returned to the computer room. He instinctively glanced at the telegraph machine. First, he pushed the door open and took a look. Then, he turned around and wanted to go back to continue playing cards. But then, his body froze. He pulled the door open and saw the telegraph machine flashing with a red light. Wasn't that the signal of a telegram coming in? Whoosh! He sat in front of the telegraph machine and put on his headphones to receive the message. After a while, he quickly left the place and rushed to the place where the sixth young master was resting. Needless to say, the place where Yang Qindong was resting was guarded. But when the guards saw that it was Wang Shan, no one stopped him. This was an order from the sixth young master. Unless he was with the ladies and needed to be informed in advance, this person had the privilege of seeing him at any time. Wang Shan also didn't sleep. He was playing Fight the Landlord with Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei. With Yang Qindong's current status, even if he wanted to have some fun, it was not something that could be done by just anyone. After playing with the regiment commander and battalion commander a few times, he found that they were very restrained. He gave up and replaced them with the people around him. Sure enough, Tiger's Mane, who was very familiar with him, and Beta Persei, who was careless, were not too afraid of him. At least everyone won and lost, which was more interesting. Sixth young master, Wang Shan has an urgent matter to see you. The voice of the first guard Captain Chiovi, who was in charge of security outside the door, suddenly sounded from the other side of the door. Wang Shan, let him in. Yang Qindong thought that something big must have happened. He turned over and got out of bed. Just as he stood there, Wang Shan had already walked in with an anxious face. Sixth young master, a telegram from Hanoi City. Yang Qindong reached out and took the telegram. There were not many words in the telegram, but it was enough to explain everything. Well, someone actually dared to have designs on Hanoi City. They must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Just as Yang Qindong frowned, Wang Shan, who was standing in front of him, lowered his head and said with a flushed face, Sixth young master, I was absent just now. I didn't receive the telegram immediately. Please punish me. Yang Qindong raised his eyebrows. He could actually understand the other party. After all, the telegraph might not even ring once in half a year. Who would keep an eye on it all the time? However, since Wang Shan had already said so, if he did not punish him, he was afraid that he would be even more uneasy. Therefore, he pointed at him and said, How about this? Since this is your first offense, you will be fined 1 month's salary. In addition, immediately send a telegram back to Hanoi, saying that we already know about this matter. Tell them to hold on and we will be there soon. Hearing that it was only a month's salary penalty, Wang Shan's face was full of gratitude. He thought that this time he would definitely lose his job. Who would have thought that it would be over so easily? However, the sixth young master also said that this was the first offense, so the punishment was light. At that moment, he decided that the same mistake could not be made a second time. He nodded his head and went out to send the telegram. It seems that it is necessary to arrange an assistant for Wang Shan. Yang Qindong thought thoughtfully. Wang Shan's ability was still very strong, especially when he was very familiar with the code. He could translate the telegram in the shortest time possible. He would not let go of such a talent. Of course, this was only a small matter. How to rescue Hanoi City was the most important thing. Tiger's Mane informed the officers of the 2nd Regiment, 3rd Regiment, and above to come for a meeting. In the inner room of the governor's office in Hanoi City, there was an excited shout. There's a reply, there's a reply. Songje, who was looking at the map of Hanoi City in the outer room, heard such a shout and quickly stepped into the inner room. Who replied to the telegram? What did they say? It's the sixth young master, the sixth young master. He told us to hold on and support us soon. With a face full of excitement, there was a reason to be excited. That was the telegram from the sixth young master. At this moment, Songji's face was full of relief. Since the message had been sent out, as long as he held on for a week, the reinforcements would definitely come and their crisis would be resolved. Thinking of this, he looked at the transmitter that was already turned off but still had a little bit of warmth. He could not help but show a very envious look. It's good to have such a thing. The matter of sending out the message had been dealt with. The sound of Lu Jian's footsteps could be heard from outside. He had already arranged everything. 2 auxiliary battalions and 6 temporary auxiliary battalions, a total of more than 2,000 people, had retreated to the commercial street that was only about 5 miles away. They were also arranged in various places. If the enemy really broke through the watchtowers, they would be able to take action. It would not be a problem to take care of a few fish that escaped the net. After the matter was settled, Lu Jian came to the office and waited for Songji's orders. You came at the right time. Bring the cold front platoon and follow me to the watchtower. After seeing Lu Jian, Songji nodded confidently. After all, with external help, there was hope. All he needed to do was to hold on. The platoon of cold front platoon followed behind Governor Songji and arrived at the watchtower on the north side of the road. When the key to the door was unlocked and everything in the room was reflected in front of the cold front platoon, there was a series of gasps. To be able to become a member of the elite cold front platoon, one could be considered to have seen a lot. But everything in front of them still gave them a strong visual shock. It was not because of anything else, but because of the heavy metal weapons placed there. Needless to say, there were a total of 10 Type 95 machine guns. In other words, every 3 cold front platoon members could have one. In the past, a full company would only be equipped with one high-end weapon. To say that the Type 95 machine gun was high-end was undoubtedly a bit of a slap in the face. Looking at the heavy 12.7mm machine gun on the ground, just the body of the gun and the square butt stock gave off a very imposing feeling. In addition to the golden bullets neatly placed at the side, its lethality was not small. Well, all of this had exceeded the cold front platoon's expectations. They could not wait to rush up and play with it and show off their skills. 10 squad machine guns, 2 12.7mm machine guns over here and 2 over there. They are all yours now. Platoon leader Lu will be responsible for distributing them. I only have one request, and that is to not let the enemy rush into the business district. I'm not afraid to tell everyone that what happened here has already been reported to the 6th young master. It won't be long before our reinforcements arrive. Let me ask you, can you hold on? Songji was almost shouting. At this moment, he was betting everything on this platoon of cold front platoon members. Yes. Including Lu Jian, the 31 cold front platoon members replied excitedly. Some of their faces were even flushed. They were already looking forward to their next performance. As long as they performed well and waited for the 6th young master to arrive, how could they be afraid that others would not know of their contributions? Good, since that's the case, everyone go prepare yourselves. I'm afraid that the enemy will appear at dawn. Take the time to rest and eat. Songji waved his hand. He did not say much about the following matters. He believed that the cold front platoon members should know what to do before the battle. They had to guard the 2 towers in the north and south for God knows how many days. Not only did they have to eat and rest, they even had to think about how to relieve themselves. Hanoi City West Gate. General Saishi had already led the army into Hanoi City. With the cooperation from both inside and outside, it was almost effortless to enter the city. The only regret was that when they entered the city, they encountered the patrolling mercenaries on the streets. The 2 sides had a short encounter, which alarmed the mercenaries in the city. When they wanted to take a step forward, the resistance became stronger. If they were discovered, then so be it. Initially, Sexy did not expect to be able to sneak into the city. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, they were in Hanoi City. Many of the citizens here had already submitted to the mercenaries. Sexy did not believe that they would still use those powerful cannons to kill them. If that was the case, many civilians would die. This would undoubtedly affect their newly built reputation. Presumably, this was not something that the enemy wanted to see. It was because of this mentality that the army was able to enter Hanoi City without fear. Reality proved that they had guessed correctly. The cannons did not sound at all. Without the suppression of the cannons, the Lan Tsung army was like an arrow piercing through Hanoi City. In a short period of time, they even managed to break through the south gate. It was at this time that they were met with a strong resistance, and their opponents were the Vietnamese mercenaries led by General Hong Jin. Hong Jin had already lost the city. Now, he was commanding the battle with the mentality of redeeming himself. In order to complete Song Shi's order to defend the city until dawn, he was going all out. Not only did he send out all the mercenaries in his hands, he even sent out the 500 elite guards that he had imitated Cold Front platoon. In short, he was determined to complete Song Shi's orders at all costs. Under the orders of death, the Vietnamese mercenaries fought against their superior numbers. Cruel cold weapons battles took place in the streets and alleys. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, sticks, arrows, shields, anything that could be used, anything that could be imagined, was brought out. Often, when two soldiers were fighting, one would slash at the other's body, while the other would stab at the other's abdomen. Fresh blood flowed out, and it was common for both sides to perish together. The moment the Vietnamese mercenaries showed signs of weakness due to their numbers, Hong Jin's 500 elite guards were sent out. They were all wielding thick steel knives, with deep blood grooves on them. Once such a weapon slashed someone, the wound would bleed non-stop and splatter in all directions. Chapter 564. Time and time again, the number of his personal guards decreased. However, they were able to turn the tide of the battle and push back the Allied forces. Even Hong Jin himself had charged onto the battlefield several times. With a long sword in his hand, he chopped off the heads of at least 7 enemies. His body was covered in blood, and he looked like a god of death. Starting from the city gate and extending all the way to the center of Hanoi City, the streets were filled with corpses of soldiers and injured people. The blood that flowed out from their bodies gathered together to form a river of blood. It was dark red and looked terrifying. It was because of Hong Jin's valiant resistance that the enemy's attack speed was greatly reduced. When he saw that it was time, he led less than 4,000 soldiers to the busiest part of the city. It was also the commercial street where the Jiaoji Palace was originally located. After the battle, only 4,000 out of 10,000 returned. More than half of the men were left outside. Perhaps there were some soldiers who ran away or were heavily injured. However, 60% of their strength was lost just like that. It was enough to see how intense the battle was. Under the fierce attack of Sai Shi's army, Hong Jin, who only had 10,000 men, was forced to retreat. However, the sky was already turning bright. After defeating Hong Jin, Sai Shi's confidence was greatly boosted. He personally led the Allied forces and waved the flag of the Lan Tsung Kingdom and Jiaoji. He beat the war drums and shouted as he charged towards the commercial street. Looking from afar, the streets were filled with soldiers and soldiers. Right in front of them was the busiest commercial street in Hanoi City. It was also the most valuable commercial street in their eyes. It was said that every shop there had goods that could attract merchants from other countries. It was said that there was a Yang family bank there, and the money inside was already piled up like a mountain. Let the brothers rest for a while and eat. Let's try to take this place in one battle. Sai Shi couldn't help but lick his lips and reveal a cruel smile. He said this to the captains beside him. General is mighty! The captains flattered from time to time. Although they lost 7,000 to 8,000 men in the battle last night, it was only a tenth of their 70,000 men. When they heard that there were only 6,000 to 7,000 mercenaries left, how could they still put them in their eyes? They even couldn't help but think that perhaps they could occupy the place with a single charge. At that time, wouldn't the gold and silver be at their disposal? The Allied forces temporarily stopped their attack, and using this opportunity, Hong Jin took 4,000 soldiers and retreated into the commercial street. Almost all of them were covered in blood. They had used their strength to win the respect of the mercenaries. Send the prepared breakfast to them and let them have a good rest. Songzhi, who was standing on the watchtower, couldn't help but nod silently. He was satisfied with Hong Jin's performance this time. He believed that after this incident, the combat strength of these 4,000 people would rise to another level. Fortunately, although the commercial street was only 3 miles long, it was wide enough. Moreover, it was connected to the square of the palace, so there was enough space for these soldiers to refurbish. Now that the battle had reached this point, it was time for the real mercenaries to show their might. At 8 o'clock in the morning, when Songzhi's watch pointed to this location, the Lansung Kingdom's army finally made their move. They knew where their advantage was, so when they made their move, they pushed forward from both the north and south sides of the commercial street. The soldiers of the Allied forces, who were wearing battle suits, used their shields to open the way. They tried their best to hide behind the shields, and began to move forward with heavy footsteps. Looking down from the watchtower, it gave off a feeling that a storm was coming. The workers of the Yangxia shops in the commercial street had all retreated to the palace, leaving behind only the auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers. They were either holding Type 81 rifles in their hands or holding bows and arrows in their hands, panting heavily. However, without exception, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and hot-bloodedness. They were all troops that had experienced the Battle of Jiaoji, and winning with a small number was a common occurrence in their eyes. However, when the battle intent approached, they couldn't help but feel excited. Some people's hands were still trembling. After all, this was considered a passive defense, which was rarely seen in the history of the mercenaries. On the north and south towers, there were only 15 cold vanguard soldiers in the first tower. If such a force was placed on the battlefield, it would not even cause a ripple. However, in this place, they had undoubtedly become the absolute main force. Right now, countless soldiers on the streets were looking in their direction, treating them as the anchor of the sea, as the wind vane. On the north watchtower, Songzhi slowly lowered the binoculars in front of his chest, and a serious expression appeared on his face. This time, the enemy had clearly come prepared. Not only were there iron shields at the front of the group, but there were also warlords at the back of the group. The purpose of the military commanders was to prevent the soldiers from retreating. From this point, it could be seen that they were prepared to be heavily injured by the muskets. Needless to say, this kind of enemy was somewhat scary. At the very least, they had the advantage in numbers. If they were to attack without regard for the consequences, it would be a bloody battle. After all, the number of mercenaries was too small. Only 1 cold vanguard platoon and 2 auxiliary battalions were armed with guns. He was a little worried, but when he thought about how the telegram had been sent out, and how the 6th young master should be here with reinforcements, he felt more confident. So what if they were few in number? Even if he was the only one left, he would fight until his last breath. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a chill to the January morning in Hanoi City. It seemed to be the sound of the war horn. The Allied army began to move, moving forward from the north and south. The pitch-black iron shields were like a black flood rushing at the front of the troops. Charge! Sexy's voice was like a roar from hell, dragging the pace of the war forward. On the watchtower, the platoon leader of the platoon, Lu Jian, rested his hands on the 12.7mm heavy machine gun. The muscles on his arms bulged slightly, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. His mouth was slightly open, ready to spit out the word, attack, at any time. Since it was the enemy's first wave of attack, of course, they had to suppress them as much as possible. This was related to the morale of both sides. Even though the enemy was prepared, especially since the black iron shields were proven to be able to block bullets from afar, they had to put in a lot of effort to suppress the enemy's morale. The advantage of the black shields was that they could block bullets, but at the same time, because of their weight, their movements were very slow. Two long dragons formed by black shields wriggled into the firing range of the two towers in the north and south respectively. Now that they were in firing range, the 14 platoons around him all looked at the platoon leader, Lu Jian, as if they were soldiers waiting for the bugle call. Attack! A sonorous and forceful voice came out from Lu Jian's mouth. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun in his hand was like a tongue of flame as it let out heavy metal clanging sounds. It was like a pianist playing a beautiful piece of music. Bullets poured down from the sky like a torrential downpour. The other 14 members of the Ling vanguard were also wielding their squad machine guns or Type 95 as they fired at the enemy below. At this moment, they were no longer laughing and joking like they usually were. Instead, their faces revealed a serious and solemn expression. Pa. Following the gunshots from the north watchtower, the south side also responded. Although it was only a platoon of platoons, because they had 4 12.7mm heavy machine guns and 10 Type 95 squad machine guns, their firepower looked very fierce. They didn't look down on them because of their small numbers. The bullets rained down from the sky and struck the black shield, creating bullet holes on the surface of the shield. However, most of the bullets were blocked. Only a few enemies accidentally exposed a part of their body and were unfortunately hit. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Ha, did you see that? Our shields can block the enemy's muskets. Now I order everyone to speed up and charge. General Ceci's laughter came from behind the alliance. Although Fan Yuhai had told him that Jiaoji used the shields to block muskets, he didn't see it with his own eyes, so he wasn't confident. Now that the truth was in front of him, he didn't have to worry anymore. He started to move closer to the military commander and urged the soldiers to charge forward. Bastard! Lu Jian saw through the window of the watchtower that the enemy could block the muskets, and couldn't help but stare angrily. He finally knew why the 6th young master wanted them to practice their marksmanship. In the past, when he heard people say that bullets couldn't hit things, he didn't think much of it. Now that the truth was in front of him, he knew what it meant to be far-sighted. Change guns, aim and shoot. Once there's a gap, switch to the machine gun and shoot. Lu Jian quickly changed his strategy. As he spoke, he took out his Type 95 and changed it to a single shot. He aimed at an alliance soldier who exposed his knee and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out, creating a dazzling trail of color in the air before it drilled into the knee covered in flesh. Immediately, an enemy with a metal shield knelt on the ground. Before he could stand up, he was trampled to the ground by the advancing soldiers behind him. Soon, he was turned into a pile of meat paste. The platoons learned from their platoon leader and started to shoot. The effect was not bad. One after another, the advancing enemies would be shot and fall to the ground when they exposed a gap. However, there were too many enemies. A platoon of soldiers couldn't stop their advance. Chapter 565. More and more enemies walked past the 600-meter perimeter and began to enter the commercial street. The auxiliary soldiers who were lying in ambush on both sides of the street and in the shops began to fire. Because of the close distance, the grenades in their hands finally had room to be used. Once they threw the grenades into the crowd, it was as if a small earthquake had occurred. After that, a dozen or so enemies were blown to the ground. Speed up! Seeing that the vanguard army's losses were increasing, Sari rubbed his teeth and showed a pained expression. He ordered the troops to speed up the attack. As long as they rushed into the commercial street and obtained the qualifications to engage in close combat, their advantage in numbers would be maximized. The sound of gunfire continued. The archers of the 6 temporary auxiliary battalions also began to shoot arrows, trying their best to kill the enemies that rushed in. But because there were too many enemies, and with the military supervisor behind them, it was like the waves of the sea. More and more enemies rushed in. Not only that, but the enemy's archers also began to counterattack at close range. The auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers began to suffer casualties. On the watchtower, Lu Jian watched all of this with a pair of blood-red eyes. Seeing that more and more enemies were appearing, he stretched out his hand and said, "Bring me the rocket launcher." He didn't use it before because the enemy was protected by iron shields, so the attack power would inevitably be reduced. Secondly, the distance was too far, so the power of the rocket launcher couldn't be maximized. But now that the enemy was right under his nose, he didn't have to think about these problems anymore. A 1-meter-long rocket launcher was handed to Lu Jian by a cold warrior. He carried it on his shoulder. Before firing, he said to the soldiers, "The opportunity is coming. You must seize it and make a beautiful counterattack." "Yes." More than a dozen soldiers agreed without hesitation. Then, they adjusted their guns to burst mode and waited for an opportunity to appear. Lu Jian aimed at the target. Then, a flame rushed out from his shoulder. The powerful recoil made Lu Jian's body tremble. Then, the flame rushed straight into the enemy camp. After flying for about 100 meters, it hit an iron shield and exploded. The powerful flames and shockwaves were even more powerful than 10 grenades thrown together. Under the powerful force, many of the metal shields were blown away, revealing the bodies of the enemy hiding below. Fight! The dozen or so cold vanguard warriors, who had been waiting for an opportunity, fired their guns in unison. It was like a net of fire that enveloped the enemies below. Just this wave of attacks alone had killed or injured at least a few hundred enemies. Because of this, the enemy's attack had slowed down. The auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers in the commercial street could not help but feel the pressure on them lessen. They took advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the enemies that had rushed in. "Don't retreat! Keep going! If you retreat, you'll be killed!" Seeing that the first wave of attacks was about to be stopped, the commanding general, Cece, naturally had a look of unwillingness on his face. He yelled and screamed, and even killed a few soldiers who wanted to retreat. Only then did he stop the army from losing. Under the pressure of the inspectors, the Allied forces launched a new round of attacks. The mercenaries who had the chance to take a breather threw their energy back into the battlefield. Battle cries rang out one after another. It was as if at every moment, every breath, and every second, there were corpses falling down. Blood was flowing, and lives were flowing away. 9 true commanderies know we've city's docks. Several fast boats were docking here. Countless soldiers in camouflage clothes were walking to the shore from the boats. They were the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment of the Cold Vanguard Army's 1st Division. After receiving the telegram from Hanoi City, Yang Qindong ordered the ships to speed up overnight. By noon of the second day, they had already boarded a fast boat and arrived at the No Regimental Pier. Together with the 3 battalions of the 3rd Regiment, more than 1,300 soldiers, they completed the landing. 9 true commandery was already in the hands of the mercenaries, so the landing was naturally very smooth. When Yang Qindong also got off the boat and came to land, he raised his hand and looked at the military watch on his wrist. The time was 11:30 in the afternoon. "Hurry up and get off the boat, push the bicycle out, and hurry to Hanoi City," Yang Qindong said to Beta Persei, who was following him. Next, it was up to this loud voice to inform the whole regiment. Coincidentally, Yang Qindong was preparing to escort the newly produced goods from Crimson City to Hanoi City when the news of the battle came from there. Since this was the case, of course, he would not be polite. Since someone wanted to attack him, then the best way was to fight back with 10 times the strength. More than 1,000 bicycles were unloaded from the ship. Yang Qindong hopped onto one of the bicycles and rode straight to Hanoi City. The speed of a bicycle was generally about 20 kilometers per hour. If it was a young person riding it, the speed would be even faster. It was common for them to reach 30 kilometers per hour, compared to the average speed of a warhorse, which was 12.5 kilometers per hour. It was still a bit faster. More than 1,000 people each rode a bicycle. After carrying guns and ammunition, they majestically went from Noe City to Hanoi City. It was only a straight line distance of more than 800 li. They were confident that they could reach their destination in a little more than a day. At that time, they would be like divine soldiers descending from the sky and fiercely stabbing the enemy's back. In front of a commercial street in Hanoi City, Although the sky was gradually getting dark, the flames of war still continued. From the morning until now, the battle had lasted for more than 10 hours. The streets were already filled with corpses, but the coalition forces still had no intention of stopping. Obviously, they wanted to take down this place in one go, and did not want to give the mercenaries a chance to breathe. After more than 10 hours, the firepower of the mercenaries was not as fierce as before. Many of the auxiliary soldiers guarding the shops had their guns burned, so they had no choice but to put down their bayonets and give up their advantage of long-range combat to choose close combat. On the watchtower, the 30 soldiers of the cold front were already exhausted. When they had to continuously shoot from morning to night, it was actually a kind of torture and a test of physical strength and willpower. "Quickly take a break, come and drink some hot soup." The provincial governor, Songje, led a few young men into the watchtower and brought out the hot soup that had just been prepared. The moment the aroma wafted out, the throats of several soldiers could not help but squirm. Some of them even had their stomachs growling. From morning till now, they didn't even have the time to drink water, let alone eat anything. Now that the food was served, all of them instantly felt their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Lu Jian did not hesitate, and quickly drank a bowl of soup. Although this kind of soup was not as filling as some staple foods, it was easy to digest and provided calories quickly. It was the most suitable food at the moment. After gulping down a mouthful of hot soup, Lu Jian breathed out a mouthful of hot air and then asked with concern, "Governor Song, do the soldiers below have food?" "Yes, they all have food." "Don't worry," Songje said enthusiastically, then took the initiative to walk to a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. He looked at the enemies below who were still charging and fired a magazine of bullets. The effect wasn't very good. Most of them hit the iron shields that were raised high, but it still caused a number of injuries to the enemy. "Below. What are the casualties of the soldiers below?" After finishing the bowl of soup, Lu Jian picked up a Type 95 class machine gun and fired a row of bullets under the moonlight. Then, his gaze fell on Songje's body. Songje was busy reloading the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. He did not even raise his head as he replied, "The situation is not good. In one day, more than 400 of our brothers were sacrificed and more than 300 were injured." Just from the fact that the number of casualties was more than the number of injuries, it could be seen that the auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers were really fighting with their lives on the line. It could be imagined that most of the injured brothers would not be able to fight anymore. Otherwise, even if they were to die on the battlefield, they would not retreat because of their injuries. There were a total of 8 battalions of auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers. In just one day, the casualties reached a quarter of them. From this, it could be seen how fierce and cruel the battle was. Even though Lu Jian was already mentally prepared, when he heard this answer, he could not help but be stunned. Then he suddenly stomped his feet. "These Lunsang people should be stabbed 1,000 times. When the 6th young master arrives, we must teach them a lesson." "That's right. Not only must we teach them a lesson, we must also destroy their country like we did to Jiaoji," Songje said hatefully. Originally, the situation in Yunnan province was getting better day by day, especially in Hanoi City. If it continued to develop like this, it would not be long before it became a bustling city. But in this battle, who knows how many things were destroyed? It would take at least 2 to 3 months to recover. Seeing his political achievements being destroyed like this, as the highest-ranking officer here, Songje's anger was obviously bigger than anyone else. But it was too early to say these things. They must first hold on until the 6th young master arrived with reinforcements. Once this place was attacked by the enemy, they would only die. Then wouldn't it be unnecessary to talk about the future? "Governor Song, how long will it take for the 6th young master's reinforcements to arrive?" Lu Jian changed the question. The soldiers who were firing at the side could not help but stop their actions at this moment. It was obvious that they were also concerned about this matter. Songje did not know that Yang Chenong received the telegram on the ship, nor did he know about the appearance of the bicycle. His expression turned ugly. I estimate that the 6th young master will arrive with reinforcements in about 10 days. Previously, he said about 7 days to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. But now that he was facing the most elite soldiers of the cold front, there was no need to hide anything. In fact, he had to be honest and let them prepare for a long battle. Chapter 566. 10 days? Lu Jian took a deep breath when he heard the answer. He knew that 10 days of reinforcements was the best they could hope for. However, as the platoon leader and the only officer here, he forced a smile on his face. It's only 10 days, no problem. We can definitely hold on because we are the most elite cold vanguard. Yes, it's only 10 days, we can definitely hold on. The soldiers were also filled with confidence because of the platoon leader's aura. Only Songzhi, who was still reloading, had a red face. Would the 6th young master really be able to bring reinforcements in 10 days? On the other side of the commercial street, General Sisi was also sitting on a large chair prepared for him by his personal guards. The casualty statistics had just been sent in. In just 1 day of attacks, the number of casualties had reached 13,000. When he saw the results, he couldn't believe it. If he were to continue fighting like this, wouldn't his 70,000 soldiers only be able to hold on for 5 to 6 days before they would all be buried here? Of course, this wasn't correct. After all, it was the first day of attacks, the enemy's muskets could unleash their full power. If he continued to attack with fatigue, even if his body was made of iron, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Needless to say, muskets required bullets. If they continued to shoot, would the enemy have enough bullets? Since they had already come this far, there was no reason to retreat now. If they did, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Ceci forced himself to calm down and said to the captains beside him, "Pass down the order. Send a small group of soldiers to continue the harassment strategy. The rest of the soldiers should take advantage of the time to rest. When the sun rises tomorrow, we will attack again. No matter what, we must take down this place by tomorrow morning." It was only a commercial street 3 miles away. Ceci was already prepared to cover the ground with corpses. He didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to take down this place by then. He had an absolute advantage in numbers. His soldiers could get a good rest. Even if he had to exhaust them, he would exhaust the 3,000 mercenaries to death. That night, gunshots were constantly heard. In such an environment, it was naturally difficult for the mercenaries to get a good rest, especially when the enemy would suddenly launch an attack when they wanted to rest. There were 2 times when the enemy almost rushed in. At dawn the next day, the enemy launched another fierce attack. 10,000 men and horses were gathered on both the north and south roads. It looked like they were going to charge into the business district at once. In order to deal with such a huge attack, the auxiliary and temporary auxiliary soldiers sacrificed another 500 men to stabilize the situation. When the battle once again reached the night of the same day, almost all of the original 8 battalions were injured, and only 3 battalions were still able to fight. Even the cold vanguard platoon on the watchtower lost 3 soldiers. They were all injured by stray arrows. After all, when 100 arrows were fired at the same time, there would always be a few that would enter the watchtower through the window. Even platoon leader Lu Jian's left arm was hit by an arrow. The bodies of the 3 fallen comrades were carried to the side, leaving the other cold vanguard soldiers with endless fighting spirit instead of sorrow. They were all prepared to die for a noble cause. That night, when Songzhi came to deliver dinner, they all wrote their wills. After all, they did not know when the reinforcements would arrive. Looking at the current situation, not to mention 10 days, they might not even be able to defend for a day or 2. "Don't worry, I will arrange for these wills to be kept safe. They will definitely be delivered to the 6th young master. If you die in battle, it will not be in vain. Your families will be taken care of by us, and your revenge will be taken by us." Songzhi kept the wills in his arms as he spoke with tears in his eyes. After a day of attack, the Allied forces also suffered heavy losses. Another 10,000 men were lost. Fortunately, they could see that the mercenaries were at the end of their rope. Cece began to look forward to the arrival of dawn. At that time, he would launch the final attack. By tomorrow at this time, they would definitely be able to take down the business district and occupy the entire Hanei city. They would be able to announce their victory to the world. The torrent of bicycles continued to move forward in the darkness. Every bicycle had a glowing flashlight tied to the front. At this moment, they were under the leadership of Yang Chendong and were rushing towards Hanei city. The ones riding at the front were Yang Chendong and his men. The sixth young master, who was usually calm and collected, did not say a word at this moment. He focused all his strength on his legs. Fortunately, the quality of these bicycles was very good. Every one of them was man-made. Every small part was polished many times before being used. They would definitely not drop the chain at a critical moment. Once one learned how to ride such a thing, one could control it with one hand. They even ate while riding. Other than 2 hours of rest and 15 minutes for toilet breaks and recovery, they were basically always on the road. Knowing that the situation in Hanei city would not be good, under the leadership of Yang Chendong, a group of cold warriors rode from noon yesterday to the next day. They rode for more than 800 miles in 30 hours. Excluding the time for rest and sleep, their average speed was more than 25 kilometers per hour. Finally, they arrived at the outskirts of Hanei city in the middle of the night. It was here that they could see flashes of fire from time to time from afar. Needless to say, that must be the center of the battlefield. Young master, let's do it. Tiger's Mane's eyes were fixed on the city. His fists were clenched tightly. It was obvious that he was furious at the moment. The 2nd Regiment's cold vanguard warriors were also quickly gathering. The various battalions, companies, and platoons were checking their numbers and equipment. Although they were tired from the journey, they were still prepared to fight as soon as the order was given. Yang Chendong, whose eyes were shining from time to time, nodded. The earlier they entered the city, the less pressure Song Zhe and the others would face. However, the choice of how to attack the city was also very important. Although attacking now was indeed unexpected, he did not want to scare the enemy away. He wanted all of them to stay here. Therefore, he needed to plan carefully. Direct company, stay behind. The rest of the soldiers should take the time to rest. 3rd Commander Wu Xing strode over and stood at attention beside Yang Chendong. Direct Company Commander Wu Xing reporting for duty. Why? Are you afraid that there won't be a battle to fight? Yang Chendong did not know what to say when he saw the dignified regiment commander taking on the responsibility of a company commander. Isn't it more enjoyable to fight with the 6th young master? Wu Xing blushed and smiled. This was snatching military merit in front of the 6th young master. He wouldn't be unhappy, right? Yang Chendong obviously knew what kind of people these officers were, especially people like Wu Xing. It was as if he was born to fight. Once there was a battle, he would even forget about his wife and children. When it came to a big battle, he would immediately become the commander of the assault force. If you did not let him participate in the battle, it would be painful for him. Not wanting to dampen the enthusiasm of the officers, Yang Chendong did not refuse. Instead, he said, "Since you want to be the vanguard, why don't we make a bet? You take your direct company, and I'll take the 1st and 2nd Guard squad. Let's see who can take down the city gate first." Although the 1st and 2nd Guard squads had been expanded after the battle, they only had 60 people in total. The direct company of the regiment had 100 people. Wu Xing could not help but show a strong fighting spirit. "Okay, then let's compete. But 6th young master, what if we win?" Seeing how confident Wu Xing was, Yang Chendong smiled. "Hanoi City has a total of 4 city gates. If you want to beat me, you'll have to take down at least 3. Are you confident you can do it?" Wu Xing was taken aback by this rhetorical question. He didn't know how to answer. On the other hand, Yang Chendong waved his hand casually. "All right, if you can beat my guards, I'll give you 3 more machine guns later." Even for the Cold Front Regiment, each company only had 1 machine gun. If they had the chance to get 3 more, it would be equivalent to a lot of fighting power. Wu Xing was very happy. "Then, 6th young master, it's a deal. Normally, they would not dare to talk to Yang Chendong like this. However, this was the battlefield, and they had the heart to compete. Naturally, they could be more casual. Guards, follow me. Yang Chendong was already a little impatient. After making a bet with Wu Xing, he led 60 guards straight to the south gate. Yang Chendong chose to break through the south gate first. Wu Xing began to order his direct company to choose the west gate. This was a competition with the 6th young master. Even if they could not win, they could not lose too badly. On the south gate, there were soldiers patrolling with torches from time to time. When Yang Chendong led the guards to the bottom of the city, they could even hear the voices of the Lansan Kingdom soldiers on the tower. Obviously, their defense was very lax. No one would have thought that an enemy would appear at this time. Prepare the triangle anchor. Yang Chendong raised his head and glanced at the 10-meter-tall city gate tower. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes. With the anger in his heart, and with the help of some other items, climbing up the tower was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Usually, they were responsible for the safety of the 6th young master. Now that they finally had a chance to show off their skills, the 60 guards of the 2 small teams were very excited. Everyone wanted to be the first to show off. In the end, the 10 guards who had the best performance in climbing were quickly selected and became the first batch to climb the city. Chapter 567. Give me one. Yang Chendong reached out and took a triangular anchor from Chiovi's hand. He weighed it in his hand. Young master, you can't take the risk. While Chiovi was still in a daze, Tiger's Mane strode over and tried to stop Yang Chendong. After all, no one thought that the 6th young master would personally take action. What? Are you looking down on me? Yang Chendong tied one end of the rope to his waist and casually glanced at Tiger's Mane. However, it was this calm attitude that shocked Tiger's Mane. He had been with the young master for too long. No one knew better than him what his words and actions represented. Sometimes, the calmer he appeared, the more it proved that he was really angry. Tiger's Mane didn't dare to say anything. Chiovi didn't know about this. He stepped forward and said, 6th young master, you can't go to the front line as a member of the assault team. As he said that, he tried to untie the rope that was already tied to his waist. A strong force suddenly hit Chiovi's shoulder. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. This also made his eyes reveal a horrifying expression. When training became a habit, even standing there would be rooted to the ground. As the captain of the first guard team, Chiovi was naturally skilled. However, the 6th young master only casually bumped into him, and he almost fell to the ground. It wasn't that his lower body was unstable, it was just that the 6th young master was too strong. After showing his position in action, Yang Chendong looked at the other guards who still wanted to persuade him and said, If any of you can beat me in a one-on-one, then you can stop me. Otherwise, don't say anything. What kind of joke was this? The entire first guard squad wasn't a match for Yang Chendong even if they joined forces, yet he still dared to challenge him to a duel. Based on this sentence alone, everyone fell silent. Beta Persei, who hadn't reacted until now, lowered his voice and grabbed a triangular anchor. He wanted to show his support with practical actions. He wanted to be in the first echelon with the young master. After Tiger's Mane reacted, he grabbed the triangular anchor to show his determination. Okay, you're so heavy. Aren't you afraid that the rope can't hold you? If you want to go up, you'd better be in the second echelon. Other than Beta Persei being too heavy and not suitable for this kind of flexible work, the captain of the first squad, Chiovi, the captain of the second squad, Dao Xiao, and several vice-captains and squad leaders grabbed the triangular anchor respectively. They wanted to show their determination to support the 6th young master with practical actions. Very well, hurry up. I hope you won't be a burden to me. After making a joke, Yang Chendong began to exert his strength. With a wave of his hand, the triangular anchor in his hand flew toward the top of the city wall as if it had grown eyes. Soon, it was stuck at the junction of the battlements. He pulled hard on a climbing rope. After making sure that it was secure, he stretched out his feet and stepped on the battlements. His arms continued to exert strength, and his feet moved quickly. His whole body flew straight up the battlements like a monkey. So fast! Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw Yang Qindong's figure quickly disappear in front of them, the guards couldn't help but let out a sigh. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Tiger's Mane also looked at the battlements with everyone's gaze, but he quickly remembered his mission and threw the triangular anchor up the battlements. For a moment, the triangular anchors flew up rapidly as if they had grown eyes. Yang Qindong was the first to climb up the battlements with the help of the climbing rope. His speed was as fast as a fox, making it difficult for people to catch his speed. After jumping up the southern battlements, he flew toward a dark corner. His appearance didn't attract anyone's attention. He took a deep breath and calmed his breathing. His hand reached for his waist and a military knife appeared in his hand. Soon after, his figure flew out like a swallow in the clouds. His footsteps were extremely fast as he rushed towards a lancing soldier who was walking around with a torch in his hand. His feet didn't make the slightest sound as he stepped on the ground. At this moment, he was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. When he arrived behind the enemy soldier, he still didn't raise the enemy's guard. He raised his right arm and quietly placed the stiletto on the soldier's neck. His left hand covered the soldier's mouth and pulled back, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ugh! He instinctively wanted to struggle, but how could he be Yang Qindong's opponent? This Tsanglan kingdom soldier's legs only forcefully kicked twice before his aura became weaker and weaker. After a breath of time, his head tilted to the side, announcing his death. After killing the nearest enemy, Yang Qindong reached out and took the torch from the other party. He stood up fearlessly and began to patrol the area just like the soldier before. However, his eyes continued to flicker as he imprinted the situation of the enemies in his mind. Then, he began to analyze and make judgments. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tiger's Mane and the others also climbed up the tower and came to a dark corner beside Yang Qindong. Without turning his head, Yang Qindong's left hand, which was behind his back, constantly made hand gestures, telling Tiger's Mane and the others the exact location and number of enemies. You guys go to the left, you guys go to the right. The rest of you follow me. After Tiger Mane saw Yang Qindong's hand gesture clearly, he continued to make arrangements. One by one, the guards who had climbed up the tower began to disperse, each of them searching for their own targets. The lancing soldiers were completely unprepared. They didn't think that someone would ambush them. They were still walking around the tower. Occasionally, they would stop and chat to pass the time. In the face of such unprepared opponents, the guards were like dragons that were born. With the stabbing of their bayonets, the enemies were silently killed one by one. Every time one of them died, the torch in their hands would be replaced by another guard. In less than half an hour, almost 50 enemies on the south gate were all killed. From the beginning to the end, not a single sound was made. It was obvious how strong the guards were. Young master, we have them under control. Tiger's Mane broke the neck of the last enemy in his hands and walked to Yang Qindong's side. Okay, leave one squad here to guard. Let them open the south gate and send more troops in. The rest of you, follow me to the east gate tower. Yang Qindong said calmly as if they had just killed a few stray dogs and not a few dozen human lives. Everyone held their torches and walked from the southern gate tower to the eastern gate tower in an open manner. Walking at the front was Yang Qindong. Taking someone by surprise would often lead to unexpected results. Perhaps no one would have thought that a person who launched a sneak attack would dare to appear so brazenly. Yang Qindong grasped this mentality. Once he got close to the enemies, they wouldn't have time to react. Why are those people coming from the south gate tower to us? What are they doing? A group of dozens of people holding torches was quickly approaching. Finally, they attracted the attention of the guards on the east gate tower. However, they were only paying attention. Everyone was just curious. No one thought that they were enemies. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, the distance was getting closer and closer. With the help of the light from the torches, the faces of both sides could be seen clearly. The guards also held their bayonets tightly and were ready to attack at any time. However, at this moment, a gunshot suddenly came from the west gate tower. A ray of light appeared. In this dark night, it was so eye-catching and so clear. When the gunshot rang out, Yang Chenong knew that something was wrong. Wu Xing's whereabouts must have been discovered and they had no choice but to use their guns. Since they were already discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. Yang Chenong fiercely threw the torch forward and immediately put away the military knife. Instead, he took out the Type 95 submachine gun that he carried on his back. Da-da-da-da-da! Without giving the enemies any time to react, Yang Chenong raised his gun and fired. Relying on his sharp senses and proficiency with firearms, every time a bullet was fired, an enemy holding a torch would fall to the ground. Attack! Behind him, Hu Meng and the others were only half a beat slower before they raised their guns and fired. Instantly, gunshots rang out, and the enemies in front of them were all annihilated in less than 3 breaths of time. Go to the north gate tower! Yang Chenong raised his left hand and made a forward motion. Then, he took the lead and rushed out. In terms of elite level, these guards who spent every day with the 6th young master were constantly trained. Especially with Yang Chenong's personal strength getting stronger and stronger, they were not willing to continue being punching bags. As the saying goes, the greater the pressure, the greater the resistance. The guards would train whenever they had time and strive to break through their personal limits. Leading such a team was really successful. On the North Gate Tower, there were only bursts of gunshots. There were no casualties and dozens of enemies were killed on the ground. Wu Xing and the company under his direct command had just finished off the enemies on the West Gate Tower. The enemies on the South, East, and North Gate Towers were all wiped out. Close the 4 cities. Don't let the enemies escape. Yang Chenong, who gave the order, had a cold expression on his face. It was obvious that he was really angry at this moment. After the order was given, the 3 regiments of Cold Vanguard outside the city were divided into 4 groups. They guarded the 4 city gates respectively. Then, they began to push from the outside to the inside. The 3 of them formed a group. Under the 3-on-3 tactic, the unprepared enemies fell to the ground one after another. Many of them did not understand what had happened until the moment they died. How could there be enemies behind them? The news that the 4 city gates leading to the outside world had fallen quickly reached the ears of the commanding general, Ceci. Chapter 568. That's impossible. After hearing the news, Sai Sha, who had just fallen asleep, immediately sat up on the bed and wiped his face forcefully. Obviously, he wanted to see if he was still dreaming. Perhaps he rubbed his nose too hard, but Sai Sha had no choice but to face the reality. How many enemies are there? Have you figured it out? General, there are a lot of enemies. Their firepower is very strong. Our brothers couldn't stop them at all. The captain who came to report said with a sad face. How can there be so many enemies? We have only been in Hanoi for 3 days. Even if there are reinforcements, they couldn't have arrived so quickly. Also, didn't you say that not even a bird flew out when the city was surrounded? How did the news get out? Sai Sha's face was full of doubt and confusion. Seeing that Sai Sha was still thinking about these things, the captain said anxiously, General, now is not the time to look into these things. You should decide what to do next. Should we take advantage of the fact that the enemy hasn't formed a favorable encirclement and kill our way out? It was no wonder that the captain was so timid. Previously, when they said that they were going to be enemies with the mercenaries, their hearts were beating like drums. It was only when they really entered Hanoi City and suppressed the mercenaries that they could finally relax. Especially when they knew that the number of mercenaries that were surrounded was very small, and they didn't have many elites. They really did have the idea of eliminating the mercenaries. But now, the main force of the mercenaries had appeared. From the short battle, there was no doubt that they were the elites of the elites. In the first 3 days of fighting, they had lost nearly 30,000 soldiers. Now that they had to face the main force of the mercenaries, how could they not be afraid? The captain's face was full of fear. When Sai Sha saw it, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. This time, he came to Hanoi with the intention of making a name for himself. Now that his army had suffered such heavy losses, if he still couldn't conquer this place, even if he managed to escape, wouldn't he be laughed at by others? No, we can't retreat. There aren't many enemies left in the commercial street, we must rush in. As long as we occupy that place, we can obtain countless gold and silver, and even advanced firearms. That way, we will have a foothold. As long as we can defend the place, the news will spread quickly, and reinforcements will arrive. When that time comes, we can attack from both sides. No matter how strong the mercenaries are, they won't be able to defend themselves. That will be the time for us to make a great contribution. As expected of a ruthless general. Not only did he not run away in the face of Lin Feng's attack, he even chose to fight to the death. This seemed to have inspired the major commander, who also saw some hope. General, can we really do it? Why not? We still have more than 40,000 people. Even if we discount them, we still have 20,000 people left. Can't we defend the business district? At that time, we will also have the firearms of the mercenaries. What will we be afraid of? Cece said viciously. He then walked out of his bed and called for a group of guards to carry out a new plan of attack. On the watchtower, Lu Jian was sleeping with a Type 95 class machine gun. He needed to rest up and prepare for the battle at dawn. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire from afar woke him up. He took out his binoculars and looked into the distance. His face lit up. It's the reinforcements. The reinforcements have arrived. Really? Governor Songzhi, who also heard the gunshots, rushed to the top of the building just in time to hear this sentence. That's right. The reinforcements must have arrived. But I don't know if they are the main force of the 6th Young Masters Lingfeng, Lu Jian said with uncertainty. After all, it had only been 2 days since the telegram was sent. How could they arrive so quickly? Speaking of which, if the telegram wasn't out of power, they would have received the telegram from Yang Chidong. No matter who they are, as long as they are reinforcements, they are our hope. But we still have to prepare for the worst and prevent the enemy from launching a fierce attack. Songzhi couldn't be sure that the reinforcements were the main force of the 6th Young Master and the Lingfeng. But no matter what, there was still hope. Just as Songzhi finished speaking, one of the Lingfeng soldiers said, "The enemy is gathering. It looks like they are really going to launch a fierce attack." Songzhi and Lu Jian heard this and came to the window. They looked down and saw the soldiers of the Lansang Kingdom gathering. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Their expressions didn't look too good. But some things were already here. It was useless to be afraid. Songzhi said to Lu Jian, "Platoon leader Lu, I will have to trouble you. Please try your best to stop the enemy. I will go down and inform the other units to prepare for a full counterattack." "Thank you, Governor Song." Looking at Songzhi's bloodshot eyes, Lu Jian felt sorry for him. He hadn't slept for 3 days. The auxiliary soldiers, temporary auxiliary soldiers, and the Vietnamese mercenaries in the commercial street were all mobilized. More than 5,000 people gathered together. This was their last force. Victory or defeat depended on this. Just as the street was ready, the Lansang Kingdom soldiers sounded the attack horn. In the dark night, countless enemies rushed over with swords, spears, and clubs. Perhaps they knew that this was their last hope. The speed of these soldiers was faster than before. Attack! Don't be afraid of wasting bullets. Attack with all your might. On the watchtower, Lu Jian held the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun and kept pulling the trigger. Bullets flew out rapidly. The shells that came out of the chamber quickly formed a layer on the ground. Beside him, a few of the Lingfeng soldiers also worked together and used their machine guns to sweep the ground. At the same time, the Lansang Kingdom soldiers also fell to the ground. After 3 days of continuous fighting, the number of iron shields in the enemy's hands was very low. It was difficult for them to block the bullets of the machine guns. However, the Lingfeng soldiers were too few in number. In the end, many of the soldiers still managed to rush into the commercial street. Attack! The auxiliary soldiers hidden in various places held Type 81 rifles and spat out tongues of fire. The first enemy soldiers who rushed in were turned into corpses. However, the enemy's numbers were too many. No matter how hard they fought, they couldn't break through. In the end, the enemy soldiers rushed in just like that. "Brothers, follow me and kill!" With a loud shout, he took the lead and charged out with his blade. Behind him, there were thousands of soldiers and Vietnamese mercenaries, and they let out loud shouts as they clashed with the soldiers of the Lan Xang Kingdom, unfolding the cruelest and most cold-blooded hand-to-hand combat. Scythes clanged, swords hacked, spears stabbed, axes and hooks hacked. Soon, the place became a purgatory. Blood, broken limbs, and corpses were everywhere. The Ling Fong 3rd Regiment was like a ferocious tiger rushing down the mountain from the city gate towards the center of Hanoi City. Following them were tens of thousands of educated youths from Chichen City. Of the 50,000 youths who were sent here at the beginning, there were only about 10,000 of them left in Hanoi City. When the battle broke out, they tried their best to hide. Although they were unarmed and wanted to kill the enemy and serve their country, they knew their mission and responsibility. Without a plan, they would only be courting death if they rushed out. When the Cold Vanguard Regiment appeared, they quickly gathered together and followed behind the Cold Vanguard Regiment. They took all kinds of weapons from the dead enemy soldiers and charged towards the commercial street with the Cold Vanguard Regiment. At the front of the charging army, Yang Chendong took the lead. Every time he fired a shot with the 95 style, an enemy would fall to the ground. With the existence of that chi, his perception was at least 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. These advantages made him like a fish in water. In just a short while, the number of enemies who had died at his hands had exceeded 100. "Young master, slow down. Young master, be careful." Tiger's Mane followed behind Yang Chendong with 2 guards. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. Logically speaking, Yang Chendong should not be allowed to participate in such a chaotic battle. Chapter 569. The gunshots never stopped from night till dawn. When a white light slowly rose from the horizon, Yang Chendong was already 1 kilometer away from the commercial street. It was obvious that there was a group of people shouting here. After dodging to a corner, Yang Chendong took a deep breath. Then, he loaded a new magazine with the Type 95 in his hand. He couldn't remember how much ammunition he took out from the warehouse. "Young master." During this pause, Tiger's Mane and the others finally caught up. Then, they leaned against the corner to rest. This night, they had been killing enemies and chasing after the 6th young master. They didn't feel anything before, but now that they had a chance to rest, the fatigue immediately filled their bodies. "How is it? Very tired, right? Bear with it, the battle will be over soon." Yang Chendong's gaze swept over the team members and revealed a smile. Yang Chendong had been charging at the front line all this time. He should be far more tired than the others. In particular, his perception had always been in a very tense state. Because of the existence of the key, he felt tired, but it wasn't that strong. On the contrary, he could feel that the key was stronger than before, and even faintly felt that it was getting bigger. This made Yang Chendong very curious. He wanted to know if there was a limit to this key, and where the limit was. The other team members didn't know what the 6th young master was thinking. After receiving encouragement, everyone's fatigue suddenly decreased by half. Each of them puffed out their chests, showing that they could still fight. "Okay, check your weapons and equipment, and prepare for a surprise attack." Yang Chendong's eyes were smiling. It was as if they weren't going to kill people, but to have fun. After fighting for a night, the team members didn't have many bullets left. They weren't like Yang Chendong, who owned a large warehouse and had the world's largest arsenal behind him. But the remaining bullets were no problem for a round of attack. "All right, let's count to 5 and charge together." Seeing that all the soldiers were looking at him with inquiring eyes after checking their weapons, Yang Chendong suddenly said with a heroic spirit, 5, 4, 3, 2, charge! When Yang Chidong counted to 2, his figure had already stood up. With the word charge, he was the first to appear on the main street. Then, the 95 style in his hand spewed out a tongue of flame, directly killing the enemies on the street behind him. This enemy troop was General Sexy's headquarters. He was reprimanding the captains and Kiliarchs under his command as the battle was going badly. Who would have thought that an enemy would suddenly appear behind him? Duh! Gunshots rang out one after another, and the unprepared Lan Tsung soldiers fell to the ground like sliced chives. The gunshot attracted Cece's attention. What's going on? Why are there enemies behind us? Where are the troops we arranged to stop the enemy? It was no wonder that Cece was so panicked. At the beginning of the battle, he arranged for 3 Kiliarchs and 3,000 soldiers to guard behind him. He thought that it was foolproof, but who knew that they were already scared out of their wits by the mercenaries? They either escaped from the city or found a place to hide. Some even surrendered and became captives. They were really frightened by the strength of Yang Chindong and the others. The gunshots didn't stop because of Cece's confusion. On the contrary, it continued. When the distance was close, a group of soldiers threw out the grenades at their waists, causing the ground to rumble. The distance between the two sides was about 200 meters. This was the most effective distance for firearms. On the other hand, the weapons in the hands of the Lan Tsung soldiers were like toys in the hands of children. They were not of any use at all. Hold on. Cece was caught off guard by Ling Feng's sudden appearance. Only when many of the soldiers in his line of sight had fallen to the ground did he react. He loudly gave out orders as he fled to a nearby street under the protection of his personal guards. The mercenaries in the commercial street were getting weaker and weaker after a few rounds of attacks. Originally, 1 or 2 more attacks would have been enough to clinch victory. The sudden appearance of the cold front made Cece's plan fall through. He had no choice but to escape to another place. Humph! Want to run? Yang Chindong's eyes spat out flames of anger. With his inhuman eyesight, he naturally saw that there was a general wearing golden armor among the people escaping. If he guessed correctly, he should be the leader of the mercenaries. If he didn't encounter him, it would be fine. But since he encountered him, there was no reason to let him escape. He ran as if he was flying. With a leap, he jumped onto the roof of a house and threw out a sentence to Tiger's mane behind him. I'll chase after the enemy. You guys are responsible for cleaning up this place. With that, Yang Chidong disappeared from the sight of Tiger's mane and the others. Everything happened too quickly. In addition to a night of killing, even Tiger's mane and the others felt a little exhausted. They definitely couldn't keep up with the young master's speed. Chiu V. Dao Xiao, you guys are responsible for settling the matters here. Beta Persei, let's go. Even though he was very tired, Tiger's mane still decided to chase after him. This was a display of loyalty. Tiger's mane and Beta Persei left. Behind them, a few members of the first guard team followed. Ba Dao Jiang, Peng Yu and the others were among them. Their thoughts were the same. They absolutely couldn't let the 6th young master take the risk. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they were physically exhausted, they would have followed behind Yang Chindong. Cece naturally didn't know that he had been targeted. When he left a group of people to guard the place, he thought that he was already safe. So when he walked to another street with nearly 100 of his personal guards, his originally nervous heart had already relaxed. It was early in the morning, and the battle in the commercial street had already lasted for 3 days. The people in the vicinity had already fled. On a relatively spacious street, there was only Cece and nearly 100 of his subordinates. Humph! This time, we were unlucky. The mercenaries came just in time. But it doesn't matter. After this battle, at least we know that they are not invincible. After I leave the city and regroup, they definitely won't be so lucky the next time they come. Cece's face was unconvinced. It seemed like he was cheering for his subordinates, but it also seemed like he was cheering for himself. While walking, Cece said this. That's right. With the general's divine power, even the mercenaries are no match for you. Immediately, a personal guard flattered him. Ha! Hearing the flattering words of his subordinates, Cece laughed and completely forgot that he was scared shitless when he saw the mercenaries. This army that didn't look like a failure at all was actually laughing at this time. It looked so discordant. At this moment, an even more discordant voice exploded above their heads. Bah! It's just a group of clowns. How dare they boast so shamelessly? Who is it? Who is it? Where is he? As soon as they heard the reprimanding voice, Cece and the others quickly looked over and saw Yang Chendong standing on a 5-meter-high roof. Of course, they didn't know who Yang Chendong was. But they could see that the opponent was only one person. Although this person was holding a firearm that they had never seen before, 100 people against one person still gave them enough courage. Humph! You're only one person and you still dare to show your face. You really don't know how to write the word death. Come, let's attack together. Cece's eyes flashed with a fierce light. His gaze was more focused on the firearm in Yang Chendong's hand. He thought that this battle was already over, but if he could snatch an advanced firearm, then this trip would be worth it. The fact that 100 people could fight one person gave the other personal guards a great deal of confidence. After receiving the general's order, they clamored and surrounded the rooftop. You don't know the meaning of death. Yang Chendong stood on the rooftop like a god. Looking at these people with swords and spears who wanted to surround him, his eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. Then he raised the gun and fired at a few personal guards who were climbing up the rooftop. Bang! A loud sound was heard, followed by the sound of a small landmine explosion. The pitiful personal guards who were climbing up the rooftop didn't even know what was going on before they were blown away. The personal guard who was hit by the gun was directly blown into pieces. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Chendong was holding a shotgun in his hand, and it was the latest model. The power of a small cannonball was not just for show. When this shot was fired, the range of the shot encompassed a radius of 4 to 5 meters. How could swords and spears block this shot? One shot actually had such a shocking effect. Cece's mouth suddenly opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. It could be seen how shocked he was at this moment. The other personal guards weren't any better. A few personal guards who wanted to climb up the rooftop in another direction suddenly stopped their actions. Then they stood there helplessly, not knowing what to do. They didn't know what to do, but Yang Chendong could teach them. They saw the muzzle of the gun turn, and the next shot was already in front of them. Bang! A large hole appeared on the rooftop. Naturally, no one who stood there was lucky enough to escape. If they weren't dead, then they were injured. Oh my God! The power of the shotgun scared them. After seeing the power of 2 shots, none of the personal guards thought of taking Yang Chendong's life. On the contrary, each of them quickly found a place to hide. At this moment, Yang Chendong, who was alone, was not a soft persimmon to be pinched. He was like a fierce tiger in the forest, opening his mouth and swallowing their lives. Chapter 570. Pun pun pun! Shot after shot, hitting the bodyguards who were running in all directions. One bodyguard after another fell to the ground, screaming and wailing, giving people a feeling of fear. What kind of weapon is this? She rushed into a house under the protection of a few bodyguards. At this time, he was in a very sorry state, his face full of fear. Just now, he had seen with his own eyes that 3 personal guards were hiding behind a thick wooden plank. However, when the gunshot rang out, a large hole was blasted in the wooden plank. The 3 people who were hiding were also blasted 3 to 4 meters away. This kind of powerful lethality completely defeated his arrogance. At this time, he only had one feeling, and that was to quickly escape from here. Otherwise, he really didn't know where he would be safe at this time. Pung, 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 the sound of gunshots and explosions were endless, one after another. After the first explosion, there were always a few screams, which meant that more bodyguards were shot and died, or were seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. General! General, what do we do? A guard asked Cece with a pale face. His trembling legs represented his fear and nervousness at this moment. Think of a way to rush out, after all, he is only one person. Shi was also frightened, but after all, he was a general, so he was able to quickly calm down. It was just that he was already very restrained, and no longer wanted to take Yang Chenong's life like before. The advanced firearms were already a headache, and this could be seen from the daily battle casualties that reached almost 10,000. Not to mention the cannons, the difference of one word meant that it was indeed an existence that could not be surpassed. Just in terms of momentum, the shotgun was already far superior to the 81 rifle and the 95 style. Let's split up and rush out. Shi forced himself to calm down and tried to make his voice sound calm, then pointed at the 3 bodyguards beside him. You 3 run out in different directions, the others follow me. You have to remember, he is only one person, and it is impossible for him to shoot at all of you at the same time. The personal guards were used to obeying the general's orders, especially when they thought that there was only one enemy. If they fled in all directions, their chances of survival should be very high. A few personal guards looked at each other and nodded before rushing out of the house in different directions. Yang Chenong, who had already put away the shotgun, took out a Type 95.5 8mm machine gun from the big warehouse. The gun's empty weight was 3.95 kilograms, 840 millimeters long, 600 m shooting range, and was fed by a 75-round drum. Compared to the shotgun that could only hold 6 rounds, this Type 95 machine gun's performance was a bit more powerful. The only difference was that it was not as powerful, but in front of the bodyguards were already scared out of their wits. It was nothing. Just as he reloaded a new magazine, he saw someone rushing out of the house. A cold light flashed in Yang Chenong's eyes. How could he be polite? He shot out a few shots, and the 3 guards who were fleeing in 3 different directions fell to the ground with a plop. Rush out! Shi heard the sound of gunfire outside and knew that his chance was here. He yelled and brought the only 3 bodyguards with him out of the house. But right after he rushed out, he clearly saw the bodyguards' bodies on the street, including the 3 bodyguards who just rushed out. This? Shi instinctively stopped and looked up at the roof. What he saw was Yang Chenong holding a Type 95 machine gun with a face full of killing intent. 222. After a few shots, the remaining 3 bodyguards fell backwards. If you looked closely, you would see that they were all shot in the forehead. For a machine gun to be able to hit the bullseye, it could be seen that Yang Chenong's familiarity and accuracy with guns had reached a new level. With a putong sound, Shi also knelt on the ground. Different from the other bodyguards, his legs were shot. The powerful penetrating force of the machine gun shattered his leg bones, causing him to lose the ability to stand up. General! Shouts came from the houses on the side of the street. Some bodyguards rushed out as if they didn't care about their lives. Personal guards were indeed personal guards. Their loyalty to the general was many times higher than that of ordinary soldiers. But the reality was that their actions were completely useless. They could only become souls under the gun. 222. The muzzle of the gun spat out a tongue of fire. Then, the bodyguards fell to the ground one by one. None of them could reach Shi's side. Seeing everything that happened, Shi forgot about the pain in his legs. Because at this moment, his heart was in even more pain. The moment he mustered the courage to look up, he saw Yang Chenong standing on the roof like a devil. He made people feel a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. The gunshots finally stopped, and the whole street instantly became quiet. None of the bodyguards were alive. The only ones who could breathe were Yang Chenong standing on the roof and Shi who was trembling on the ground with bleeding knees. Young master! Tiger's Mane and the others finally appeared. When they saw Yang Chenong on the roof safe and sound, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, they were deeply shocked. They were frightened by the scene in front of them. The street was full of corpses, and there were nearly 100 of them. This was all done by the 6th young master? Bidao Jiang said as he couldn't help but gulp. 1 against 100. Although they had the advantage of advanced firearms, it wasn't something they could do. That should be the enemy general who caused trouble for us this time. Capture him and we'll have a public trial later. Right, bandage him up. We can't let him die so quickly. Jumping down from the roof, young Chandong walked to Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei. At the same time that Saishi was captured, in front of the commercial street, because of the appearance of the guards and the 3rd Regiment of the Cold Front, the Lansing soldiers here were first defeated, then kneeled and surrendered in front of the powerful forces. The crisis of Hanoi City was resolved. At the entrance of the commercial street, Yang Chandong stood there and looked at the mess in front of him. On the commercial street after the war, some guns were completely smashed, and machine gun parts were scattered all over the ground. The bodies of the martyrs were in various positions. Some were hugging the enemy's waist, some were hugging the enemy's head, some were choking the enemy's neck, some were pressing the enemy to the ground, and some were burning together with the enemy. There was also a soldier who was still holding a grenade in his hand. His body was covered in brain matter. The brains of the Lansing soldiers who died with him were splattered all over the ground. Another soldier was holding half of the enemy's ear in his mouth. When they buried the bodies of the martyrs, because their hands were interlocked, they hugged the enemy so tightly that some of their fingers were broken. The cruel side of the war was finally revealed. In this battle, a platoon of the Cold Front soldiers had lost 6 people, and more than 10 were injured. Of the 2 battalions of auxiliary soldiers, only 1 company was left standing. Of the 6 temporary auxiliary battalions, only 1 battalion survived. Of the 10,000 Vietnamese mercenaries led by Hong Jin, only less than 1,000 were left. This battle was the worst loss the mercenaries had suffered since they set out on the battlefield. Although this sacrifice had eliminated more than 40,000 enemies, this result still made Yang Chandong's heart ache. Standing behind him, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei and the others' eyes were red, and the murderous intent in their hearts had unknowingly gathered. Young master, this hatred must be avenged. Of course it must be avenged, Yang Chandong said with absolute certainty. Not only did the Lansing kingdom take in Fan Yuhai's defeated troops, they even dared to take the initiative to attack them. If he did not destroy them, how could he get rid of the hatred in his heart? Wouldn't that make others look down on him? 6th Young Master. Songzhi, Gao Yu, Lu Jian and Hong Jing finally appeared. From their bodies, one could see heavy fatigue. It was obvious that the 3 days and 4 nights of fierce battle had consumed a lot of their energy. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they had a guilty look on their faces. With such a heavy loss this time, they did not know what kind of punishment they would receive. Although they had worked hard in the process, the result was still unbearable. This was especially true for Hong Jin, who was one of the 4. This time, he was the one who allowed the enemy to break in while he was defending the city. What was even more hateful was that there were some traitors among his subordinates. It could be said that he was the most responsible for this incident in Hanoi City. He was originally a defeated general, and this time he committed such a big mistake. He really did not have the face to face young Chandong. The reason why he came this time was to ask for forgiveness. He was even mentally prepared to be punished severely, and even to hand over his military power. Yang Chandong stood there motionless like a mountain. His eyes swept across the 4 people's bodies and faces, bringing great pressure to them. Hong Jin's mistake was already mentioned. Gao Yu's mistake was that he did not follow the rules and regulations. As a result, the telegraph was always on. When it was needed, there was not enough power to receive the telegraph. Naturally, it was a big mistake to not be able to receive the news. Although Lu Jian worked hard in the battle, as the highest-ranking officer of Lingfeng, he only cared about the small area in front of him. He did not think about commanding the auxiliary troops, did not help this force, and did not even arrange for them to be on the watchtowers. Otherwise, the battle would not have been so difficult. As for Songzhi himself, he only focused on developing the economy. He did not think about how to deal with the enemy if they attacked. This was a little short-sighted. He did not even make good use of the 10,000 educated youths in the city. This was also a big mistake. The 4 people who had made mistakes, at this moment, no one dared to look at Yang Chandong. They all lowered their heads, waiting for the result of their punishment. Sigh. With a sigh, young Chenong knew that they were wrong. However, this was not what they wanted to face. It was because of their limited vision. He believed that with this experience, they should know how to deal with it in the future. You have worked hard. After sighing, young Chendong did not blame them. Instead, he encouraged them to say such a sentence. Chapter 571. They were waiting to be reprimanded, even prepared to be punished severely and transferred from their original posts. Who would have thought that Yang Chendong would say such a thing? What did he mean? Was he praising their efforts? The four of them raised their heads in confusion. Yang Chendong knew that there were some things that had to be explained clearly. Your performance in this battle was not bad. No matter what, you were able to persist until the last moment. Moreover, from the reaction at the beginning of the battle, it was very commendable to be fearless in battle and fearless in death. If I must point out your mistakes, it would be your inexperience and lack of preparation. You were too careless. You thought that with the name of mercenaries, everyone in the world would be afraid of us and no one would find trouble with us. This is wrong. His tone was not very harsh. It was just the truth, but it was enough to make Songzhe and the others reflect. In this battle, unless Yang Chendong happened to be in Hanoi City, no one would have handled the matter better than Yang Chendong. Naturally, they could not blame anyone else. In ancient wars, when the city gate was opened, it was equivalent to the city falling. The fact that Hanoi City did not change hands was already very good. There was no reprimand or punishment as expected. Instead, it was Yang Chendong who reasoned with them and talked about his experience. It was only a 2-hour conversation, but it had benefited them greatly. They believed that if the same thing happened a second time, there would be a huge reversal. Perhaps they would not need any reinforcements to drive out the invading enemy. Songzhe and the others finally turned around to rest. First, they had been fighting continuously for the past few days. Whether it was physically or mentally, they were too tense. They needed a good rest to adjust their body's condition. Second, they also needed to digest some of the words of the sixth young master, and then come up with a plan to deal with any unexpected events. The others went to rest, but Yang Chendong did not. Instead, he went to the palace and began to deal with the matters that had happened in the past few days. 4 hours after Hanoi City was recaptured, the information from all sides was sent over. It turned out that it wasn't just Hanoi. Shiyu City and a few other major cities in Jiaoji were also under attack. The only difference was that their opponent was the former Jiaoji's fugitive, Fan Yuhai. However, according to the reports, Fan Yuhai had yet to use his full strength. It seemed that he was waiting for the results of the battle in Hanoi City. This allowed Wan Chunqing, Chindi, and the others to barely hold on to the city without suffering too many losses. Just a bunch of flies. Tell Commander Wu Xing to send out the 3 battalions under his command. Take the initiative to attack in companies. If you see any enemy that refuses to submit, kill them. Yang Chendong's face was cold as he gave the order. If it wasn't for the fact that Hanoi City needed someone to hold the fort, and the main force was still rushing towards Hanoi City from the sea, Yang Chendong would have personally dealt with Fan Yuhai. He had a feeling that the reason why the Lan Sung Kingdom had the guts to take the initiative to attack Hanoi City was because of this person. Do you want to retake Jiaoji? Very well, let's see who's the real deal. Yang Chendong, who owned the warehouse, naturally had a domineering aura that looked down on the world. With the help of the 10,000 or so educated youths, Hanoi City was quickly restored to its original state. The corpses on the streets were carried away and the blood that flowed out was washed clean. On the surface, there didn't seem to be any difference. However, if one had to point out a change, it would be that there was an additional large Jingguan outside Hanoi City. The Jingguan was made up of the heads of over 40,000 people. Beside the Jingguan, there were a few tall wooden pillars with the corpses of Sai Shi and a few others hanging on them. Yang Chendong wanted to use this method to send a message to those who were plotting against him. This is the result of making an enemy out of me. 5 days later, the 2nd Regiment of Lingfeng, 20 auxiliary battalions, and 50,000 youths from the second batch arrived at Hanoi City. They were warmly welcomed by Songzhi and the rest. Especially when Songzhi knew that these 50,000 youths were once part of the militia and had a certain level of military experience, he was extremely excited. He had already come up with a military plan to turn every citizen into a soldier, and had received Yang Qindong's approval. Turning every citizen into a soldier meant that the citizens would still be citizens and would do whatever they were supposed to do. However, once the city was in danger, every citizen would be turned into a soldier. The youths who had received a certain level of military training would be the main force while the rest would be the support. They could take out weapons from the city's treasury and quickly arm them into combat personnel. Once they achieved merit in the war, they would receive generous rewards and so on. With Yang Qindong's approval, Songzhi even added another condition to the plan. That was, those who performed outstandingly in the war could be considered to join the Lingfeng. Just this condition alone was enough to move the hearts of countless educated youths. In Hanoi City, the most glorious thing to do was to join the Lingfeng. There was a saying that if one person joined the Lingfeng, his whole family would be honored. Let's put it this way. As long as one member of your family joined the Lingfeng, no matter where you went, you would be looked up to. No matter what you did, you would have more advantages and benefits than others. The reason why they became educated youths was not because they did not want to join the Lingfeng, but because the Lingfeng's assessment was only held twice a year and the number of recruits was limited. Since they could not get a spot, they thought of other ways to contribute to the development of Hanoi City. Now, there was a chance to join the Lingfeng. Unknowingly, these educated youths had a desire to join the Lingfeng. That way, they would have a chance to join the Lingfeng. 2 batches of educated youths would make up 100,000 people. Not only did they have a certain level of military training, but they were also very educated and very young. These people were undoubtedly highly sought after by Governor Song. However, after these people were divided into different cities, under their leadership, they would definitely become a very powerful force. If used well, they would no longer have to fear other enemies. After handing over the matters of Yunnan province to Songzhi, Yang Qindong began to think about how to deal with the Lanceng kingdom. In Yang Qindong's eyes, the deal was naturally different. This deal was to destroy the kingdom. Originally, he wanted to wait for the matters of Yunnan province to settle down before dealing with the Lanceng kingdom. However, since the other party had made the first move, they could not blame him for making the first move. The Lingfeng's 3rd Regiment had already returned from the various cities. Just as Yang Qindong expected, the moment the Lingfeng appeared, Fan Yuhai immediately retreated with his men. Obviously, he knew that with his 50,000 men, it was impossible for him to win against the powerful mercenaries. With the return of the Lingfeng's 3rd Regiment, the matter of setting off for the Lanceng kingdom was also brought forward. In a mere 5 days, the preparations for the war against the Lanceng kingdom were completed. In order to take revenge for the destruction of Hanoi, this time, Yang Qindong mobilized the 2nd and 3rd Regiment of the Lingfeng's 20 battalions and the 30,000 Vietnamese mercenaries led by Hong Jin Ho, a total of 50,000 men. According to Yang Qindong's plan, once they took down the Lanceng kingdom, Chichien City would mobilize another 50,000 young men to complete the remaining tasks. Ships of military supplies were transported from Chichien City to Yunnan province and sent to the various troops. The 40,000 mercenaries marched out of Hanoi City's west gate and headed straight for the Lanceng kingdom. Their first destination was Heping County, which was next to Yinglu City in Yunnan province. Heping County was next to the Jiaoji region and was one of the most important cities of the Lanceng kingdom. There was a 3,000-strong Lanceng army here. When the mercenaries arrived at Yinglu City after 3 days, they did not stop and continued forward. The scouts of the Lanceng kingdom spread the news to the capital, Wanxiang City. Wanxiang City, the city that represented the political and economic center of the Lanceng kingdom. Within the palace, King Piasi felt waves of pain in his teeth. He had believed Fan Yuhai's words and took the initiative to attack Jiaoji City because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. He had heard that there were mountains of gold and silver there. As long as they won the war, they would obtain many advanced firearms that could make up for the shortcomings of the Lansang army. However, who would have thought that the main force of the mercenaries would suddenly appear? Not only did they resolve the crisis of Hanoi City, but they also defeated the 70,000 men including Cece. Less than 10,000 men managed to escape the city. First, there was the defeat of Lottie's 100,000 men, then there was the defeat of Cece's 50,000 men. The Lansing kingdom's military strength was not very strong to begin with. Now, they only had 100,000 men led by Sangwon La and 20,000 royal guards left in the palace. 120,000 men against 40,000, and in this battle, it seemed like they had the advantage. However, if the enemy was the mercenaries, it would be a different story. Who didn't know that the mercenaries had the most advanced firearms in the world? Who didn't know that the mercenaries were used to winning when they were outnumbered? Where is Fan Yuhai? His face was burning with anger. Now, Piacy hated this general who had escaped from Jiaoji. If he hadn't listened to his words, he wouldn't have to face the main force of the mercenaries so early. Your Majesty, General Fan's troops have already arrived at Sangnu City. He's sent someone to deliver a message, asking Your Majesty to lead the army to meet with him. He wants to defeat the mercenaries. Great General Saiwing stepped forward and saluted. A defeated mercenary? What a boastful claim! If Fan Yuhai really had such an ability, he wouldn't have had to run away like a stray dog. A mocking voice came from the crowd of officials. Then a middle-aged man with small eyes and a big head took the initiative to stand up. He cupped his fist and said respectfully to the high and mighty Piacy, Your Majesty, I think that Fan Yuhai wants to use us as a shield. He wants us to fight to the death with the mercenaries. Otherwise, why didn't Fan Yuhai make a move when Sai Shi had already attacked Hanoi City before? We have already suffered a loss. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Don't be fooled again. The person who spoke was the Lanseng Kingdom's imperial preceptor, Long Qi. He was known for his eloquence and intelligence. He was later recruited by Piacy and given the position of imperial preceptor. Chapter 572. It could be said that if Sangwon La was the representative of the military, then Long Qi was the representative of the civil officials. When such a person stood up to express his opinion, he quickly received the support of many civil officials below. Not only that, some people simply talked about the previous sneak attack on Hanoi City. They accused it of being a mistake and playing with fire. It would only put the Lanseng kingdom in danger. Since ancient times, civil and military officials could not coexist. This was determined by their nature. Just like how military officials could only show their usefulness on the battlefield, civil officials needed the world to be peaceful. Only then could they display their talents. Once a war broke out, their abilities would be of little use. This was also why in history, whenever a war broke out, the civil officials would always advocate for peace while the military generals would always advocate for war. Piacy was still sitting on the high seat and watching everything with a smile. For an emperor, the balance of power represented their means. Civil and military opposing each other, this was what he wanted to see from the bottom of his heart. But when he saw the morale of the civil officials getting higher and higher, Sangwon La and the other military officials slowly stopped talking and kept silent, he also saw that something was wrong. He hoped for the balance of power, but he definitely did not want to see either side getting bigger. Enough, enough. Seeing that the situation was completely one-sided, Piacy finally had to stand up and speak. With this shout, the hall quickly quieted down, showing that King Piacy's authority was still very strong. The matter of the alliance with Fan Yuhai was discussed before. How can we break the agreement? Besides, the mercenaries first attacked General Lottie and killed him. This time, they killed General Cece. We are already irreconcilable with them. Let's not think about getting along peacefully. Sangwon La, this king now orders you to lead the army north and meet with General Fan Yuhai in Sangnu City. We must keep the enemy army out of the country. This subject understands. Sangwon La lowered his head and respectfully agreed. When he raised his head, He looked at Long Qi and the others with a somewhat provocative gaze. The meaning of showing off was very obvious. The court meeting ended with the king's words. If Zheng Wenla began to deploy the army, he also sent people to supervise the army's food. This time, an army of 100,000 was going to war. Just eating and drinking every day was not a small expense. Imperial Tutor, General Zheng is here to rush us for food and clothing. As soon as he returned to his residence, Long Qi saw some relevant officials waiting for him in front of his residence. He was not in a good mood, so he waved his hand impatiently. Here, give me whatever you want. State Preceptor, there are very few military supplies left in the national treasury. Do we have to take them all out at once? A few officials asked with constipation on their faces. They couldn't be blamed for being in such a difficult situation. First, 100,000 soldiers were defeated, and then 50,000 soldiers were defeated. Along with them, there were also a lot of military supplies. After a few battles, the inventory in the national treasury was getting smaller and smaller. And this time, Zheng Wenla was even more greedy. He wanted the weapons and clothes of 100,000 people. This was already their limit. If they really took out the weapons according to this request, the treasury would be empty. If there was a need, they would not be able to take out anything. At that time, once the king gave the order, what would they do? That was why he came to seek advice from the imperial tutor. Very few? Haven't you been forging weapons and military uniforms? Long Qi asked with a frown. As the state preceptor, there were too many things he needed to manage. It was impossible for him to be clear about everything. A few officials had a difficult expression as they replied. If it's imperial tutor, we have been working hard. However, the consumption is too great. Right now, many of the weapons have only been polished for the first time. They only look like they have taken shape, but there is still a long way to go before they are tough enough. Yes, imperial tutor. It's the same for military uniforms, shoes, and hats. Only a part of them has been made. The rest are only half finished. We still need many embroiderers to work overtime for at least 2 months before they can be completed. The few subordinates were talking at once, which allowed Long Qi to have a better understanding of the situation. It was precisely because he understood enough that he raised his eyebrows slightly, and a strange look that no one knew flashed in his eyes. Then, he quickly regained his calm. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, So that's the case. It's been hard on you. Speaking of which, it's all because those generals only know how to fight. They don't care about your feelings at all. Since that's the case and they are in a hurry, then just give them the half-finished products. Hearing Long Qi's reply, the few officials were stunned. They had an incomprehensible look on their faces. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then go and explain to them yourselves. This imperial tutor doesn't care anymore. Seeing that these people didn't seem to agree with his idea, Long Qi angrily turned around and was about to walk into the mansion. This frightened the officials. They quickly stopped Long Qi's footsteps and asked, If we give them the half-finished products, then once they find out about it on the battlefield, what should we do? If they find out, then so be it. They are overestimating themselves. Besides, this time, we are supposed to cooperate with Fan Yuhai in the battle. It's just a show of strength. Of course, if you have other ideas, then you can think of them. Long Qi said with an indifferent attitude. If there were other ideas, would they still ask for Long Qi's opinion? Thinking that there really wasn't a better idea, and that the soldiers were all like wolves and tigers. They looked like they would be beaten up at any time if they didn't give them the items. In the end, these officials made up their minds. After all, this idea came from Imperial Tutor Long Qi. If something happened, they wouldn't be alone. In the end, all of them expressed that they would listen to the order and left the Imperial Tutor's mansion. His ears finally quietened down. Long Qi strode towards the backyard of the mansion. All of you wait outside. This Imperial Tutor wants to be alone for a while. Waving his hand, he dismissed the guards beside him and entered the courtyard alone. After there was no one around him, Long Qi's footsteps became faster. After making several turns, he stopped in front of a small house. After taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and entered. The small house wasn't very big. Other than a bed, 2 chairs, and a small wooden table, there was nothing else. It looked very simple and crude. However, at this moment, there was a person sitting on a chair and fiddling with tea leaves in front of him. He seemed to be very focused and didn't seem to be displeased by the simple environment at all. Mr. Yun. Long Chi's attitude became more respectful. It was far from the high and mighty attitude he had towards the lower officials. Imperial tutor is here. Please take a seat. You came just in time. Try the tea leaves I just brewed. Mr. Yun smiled and pointed at the empty chair in front of him. Then let me try Mr. Yun's craftsmanship. Long Chi squeezed out a smile and sat down on the chair. The small house suddenly became much quieter. After the tea was brewed, Mr. Yun took the initiative to pour tea for both of them. Only then did Long Chi took the teacup and took a sip. Then, he pretended to be very intoxicated and said, "It's really good tea." Naturally, no one cared about whether the tea was really good or not. What everyone wanted was just the atmosphere. Mr. Yun looked at Long Chi's performance and chuckled. He understood that the other party was using this matter to express his attitude. Since the other party said that his tea was good and his attitude was so respectful, needless to say, this person had already made his decision. With this thought, the smile on his face became even wider. Then, his right hand reached into his bosom and 1,000,000 taels of silver banknote appeared in his hand. Imperial tutor, this is from our Duke of Loyalty. With this banknote, anyone can exchange it for the same amount of silver taels at any Yang family bank. He. Long Chi unceremoniously reached out and took the banknote. The smile on his face was as bright as a blooming flower as he said, "Duke of Loyalty is really generous. Long Chi admires you." This banknote was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Just how big was the Lan Sun kingdom? In a year, the national treasury's income was only about 2,000,000 taels of silver. This banknote was half a year's income. Who wouldn't be envious of it? Carefully putting the banknote into his bosom, Long Chi did not wait for Mr. Yun to speak. "That's right, this is only the beginning. Duke of Loyalty said that as long as Imperial Tutor does well, he will give you a total of 5,000,000 taels of silver. This can be considered as a form of support for the Long family's business in the future." Hiss! When he heard the figure of 5,000,000 taels of silver, Long Chi, who was still smiling mischievously, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That was a huge amount of wealth. With this, even if the Long family did not do anything, just the interest alone would be enough to feed them for several generations. When the figure of 5,000,000 taels of silver was mentioned, the hesitation in Long Chi's heart completely disappeared. Of course, he was not worried that the Duke of Loyalty would not honor his promise. This was because he would become a role model. Whether it was good or bad, many people would see it. If the Duke of Loyalty really dared to play tricks with him, it would only cause more people's hearts to turn cold. It was said that the Duke of Loyalty was a person who did great things. He would not do things without propriety. Long Chi's thoughts were not wrong. Yang Chidong did not have the slightest intention of playing tricks with him. Since he had mentioned the figure of 5,000,000 taels of silver, he would definitely honor it. This was related to his image to the outside world. How could he do something that would destroy his own Great Wall? Then again, the reason why he had to pay such a huge price was because Long Chi himself was worth this price. 5,000,000 taels of silver was not a small amount in any country. However, when placed in the Crimson City that produced all kinds of novel goods, it was really not much. This was the advantage of having capital. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the millstone. When the amount of silver reached a certain amount, it was not impossible for the millstone to push the devil. Furthermore, fighting a war was fighting for money. If one won a war, one could plunder more resources and good things. This seemed to have become a kind of cycle. It was just that if some people played it well, it would form a virtuous cycle. If some people did not play it well, it would easily collapse. Chapter 573. Obviously, Yang Chidong was the kind of person who liked to play. With a large warehouse, countless goods, and all kinds of knowledge in his hands, this was enough to give him an advantage of a few hundred years. If he couldn't do this well, then he would have lived his life in vain. Of course, there were some things that couldn't be done immediately even if one had money. For example, the process of contacting and persuading Long Qi didn't go smoothly at first. The so-called Mr. Yun was Yun Ke, the leader of the Security Bureau's External Affairs Group 3. He was the one who had convinced Qindi in Jiaoji's Xiyu city to deal a heavy blow to King Lili and his son, allowing the war to proceed more smoothly. After his contribution in Jiaoji, he was sent to the Lancang Kingdom and began to tackle problems here. Perhaps because the mercenaries didn't arrive here, it took a lot of effort to establish a relationship with Long Qi. After spending a lot of money, he finally met Long Qi. Long Qi still didn't trust him, or rather, he still had some illusions about the Lancang Kingdom. No matter what, Long Qi was still the state preceptor of the Lancang Kingdom. He was considered the role model and leader of the civil officials. For someone with such a high position and authority, it was extremely difficult for him to betray the Lancang Kingdom. Fortunately, Skylark was indeed capable. In order to meet Long Qi, he spent 1,000,000 taels of silver. Sure enough, for the sake of money, the two finally met in private. Needless to say, with Skylark's ability, it didn't take long for Long Qi to be moved, especially after he was promised that the Yang family's goods in the Lancang Kingdom would be given to the Long family to handle. Long Qi really couldn't refuse. But even so, Long Qi didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said that he needed to think about it. In fact, he wanted to investigate properly. Sure enough, after they met and parted ways, many people from the state preceptor's residence left the Lancang Kingdom and rushed to Jiaoji and Great Ming as merchants. It was also because the investigation needed time, and before the final decision was made, Long Qi couldn't say anything. This caused Yang to not receive accurate information in advance when the battle in Hanoi City broke out, causing the mercenaries to suffer some losses. Although the sixth young master did not blame Skylark for this matter, he still blamed himself, thinking that his intelligence work was not good enough. In order to make up for this mistake, he suddenly appeared in the imperial advisor's residence and stayed there as a guest. This was definitely a risky move. Long Qi didn't reject Skylark's sudden appearance. Instead, he got someone to arrange a house for him in the backyard. The state preceptor's plan was also very good. If the people who came back with good news, he naturally wouldn't mind having a good talk with Skylark. On the other hand, he could also capture this person and send him to the king to show his loyalty. The path of advancement and retreat were both beneficial to him, so he allowed Skylark to move in. In the span of 2 months, the people that were sent out returned one after another. The news that they brought back completely shocked State Preceptor Long Qi. Doing business was an act of earning money. Long Qi was naturally clear about this. However, he didn't have a direct understanding of how profitable it was. Perhaps this was because the Lancang Kingdom was too small, which limited his vision. However, the people that were sent out reported that as long as a merchant was able to do business with the mercenaries, they could be described as earning a lot of money. They used the Chang clan of the southern Ming dynasty as an example. They were originally a business aristocratic family. Later on, because of their relationship with the mercenaries, they heard that the future head of the Chang clan was a student of the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. With this, they could obtain more novel goods and sell them to other merchants. With the cooperation of the Yang clan's bank, the people from the state preceptor's residence were lucky enough to see some of the account books. The figures obtained from them shocked Long Qi even more. Just the Chang clan alone could earn up to 500,000 taels of silver a month from doing business. This was also because they were in the southern Ming dynasty, where the business competition was very fierce. If they could make a net profit of 500,000 taels of silver a month, wouldn't that be 6 million taels of silver a year? If the Long clan could also get a share of the profits, the Lancang Kingdom's spending power couldn't be considered small and there wasn't that much competition. Wouldn't they be able to make a few million taels of silver a year? With the figures in front of him, Long Qi had no choice but to take action. The scales in his heart finally tilted. Under the temptation of huge profits, he finally made the final decision to agree to Yang's request for cooperation and betray the Lan Tseng kingdom's interests. Not to mention whether the Lan Tseng kingdom could withstand the attacks of the mercenaries. Even if it could, the foundation of the kingdom would be shaken. Even if he was the state preceptor, how much could he gain from this? Not to mention that his position as the state preceptor wasn't permanent. It was already lonely at the top, and there were many people secretly coveting this position. If he did something wrong, it was very likely that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Then if the mercenaries won the war, where would he go? No matter how he looked at it, it was better to cooperate with the mercenaries. After all, the benefits were there and he wouldn't lose it. As long as he had money, he could enjoy life. As for what would happen to the Lan Tseng kingdom, it had nothing to do with him. He was just a subject, wasn't he? With a decision in his heart, Long Qi finally came to the backyard to meet the guest elder who had been in his residence for 2 months. When he came, Young guessed that the other party had made up his mind and took out 1,000,000 taels of silver note, leaving the other party with no way out. Under the temptation of so much money, Long Qi indeed had no way out. Under the influence of greed, it was possible to do anything, not to mention the 3,000,000 taels of silver that would be given after the matter was completed. Long Qi was actually thinking about it. It was possible to do business, but one had to have the capital to do so. Even though he had been the state preceptor for a few years, in reality, there were too many people that he needed to feed. In terms of money, he had only accumulated a few 100,000 taels, and this was under the situation where he held great power. Now that he even had the capital to do business, he naturally wouldn't have any scruples. He told Yunk everything that happened in today's court meeting, as well as the few subordinates in charge of the war logistics looking for him. Very good. Yunk was very satisfied with Long Qi's attitude. Since the state preceptor has already expressed his stance, then we are all on the same side. The victory of the mercenaries is also our victory. For this kind of victory, I think we can have some ideas on the soldiers of the Lan Tseng kingdom. As long as we can control their logistics, it will be a great achievement. And, if we really do make a contribution in this matter, I can consider suggesting to the Duke of Loyalty to give the state preceptor more money as a reward. Hearing that there was a great reward, Long Qi's eyes almost narrowed into slits. In order to express his gratitude, he revealed another piece of information. Mr. Yun, my people have discovered that many of the Han people stationed in the Lan Tseng kingdom are being gathered. As for what they are doing, I am not too sure. Oh, there is such a thing? After hearing this, Yunk's expression became much more serious. Although he didn't understand the reason behind this, it wouldn't happen for no reason. It seemed that there was a need to report this matter to the 6th young master. 40,000 mercenaries took down Hepping Town in a single attack. The town walls weren't high to begin with. The enemy only had 3,000 people and 10,000 civilians. It was impossible to stop the mercenaries from advancing. After taking over the town, Yang Qinong entered the barracks of the Lan Tseng soldiers. Ling Feng's second commander Luo Pe, political commissar Kong Jia, third commander Wu Xing, and political commissar Chen Bo all came to the 6th young master. 6th young master, in this battle, we have captured around 1,800 Lan Tseng soldiers. How should we deal with them? Should we send them back to Vietnam with the civilians and send them back to Ryukyu Island by sea? The political commissar of the 2nd Regiment, Kong Jia, asked. Things like this after a battle were usually handled by political cadres like them. Send the civilians back. There is no need for the soldiers. Kill them all. Yang Chidong was still looking at the sand table that Tiger's Mane had just made. He didn't even raise his head as he spoke. Kill them all? Kong Jia thought he heard wrong and asked again. Yes, kill them all. The martyrs of Hanoi City need an explanation from us. Since the Lan Tseng nation dared to find trouble with us, they should be prepared for our revenge. Yang Chidong raised his head as he spoke. Then, his gaze swept across Luo Pe and the other 3. What? Do you have any questions? Being stared at by Yang Chindong, the four of them instantly felt pressured. However, the political commissar of the 2nd Regiment, Kong Jia, and the political commissar of the 3rd Regiment, Qin Bo, gritted their teeth and spoke out together. 6th Young Master, killing prisoners is not a good thing. Qin Bo was originally a military officer. Even now, he was still the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment. However, since he was also the political commissar of the regiment, he had to carry out his authority. He stood up and spoke out together with Kong Jia. Yang Chudong raised his eyebrows. He seemed a little displeased. Of course, killing prisoners is not good. However, it is also a means of war. As long as it can intimidate the enemy, this young master thinks that the death of these 1,800 people is worth it. All right, it's settled. Go and carry it out. He casually waved his hand and concluded the matter. He did not give anyone else the right to speak. Yang Chidong was already giving them face by explaining to the 2 political commissars. If they still had any objections, then he wouldn't mind replacing them. It was a good thing for officers to have their own opinions. However, it depended on what kind of situation they were in. This was a war that could destroy a nation. If they had even the slightest bit of mercy, it would prove that they were not suitable for this kind of war. There was no other way. Although Kong Jia and Qin Bo's faces were still a little gloomy, they still knew how to behave and left the room. Obviously, Yang Chindong's power was so great that his words carried enormous weight. Chapter 574. Since it was an order from the 6th Young Master, they had to carry it out. This was also the first lesson they learned after becoming the Cold Vanguard, which was to obey orders. The officers retreated. Yang Chindong, who was still looking at the sand table, punched the name of Wood Province. Order: the entire army will rest for a day, then attack Wood Province. Yang Chindong's words carried a hint of killing intent. The tragic scene in Hanoi City's commercial street had provoked him. His dream was to lead all the Han people to the peak of the world. He had just taken a step forward, but he had already suffered such a blow. This made him feel very guilty, and he also planned to vent his anger on Lan Tsung Nation. Peace Town had been broken, and the mercenaries were charging towards Wood Province. After the frontline battle report returned, Fan Yuhai had already sent people to Lan Tsung Land's capital, Wenxiang City, to urge for reinforcements. He even said that if reinforcements did not appear, he would retreat. He had originally come to help Lan Tsung Nation, but now that the main character had not appeared, what was the meaning of him, the helper, staying here? Fan Yuhai's heart desired to defeat the mercenaries. In order to achieve this goal, he had made a lot of preparations this time. However, this did not stop him from scaring Lan Tsung Nation. After all, the mercenaries were now in Lan Tsung Nation's territory. By the time Fan Yuhai's men arrived at Wenxiang City, Sang Wengla had already led 100,000 soldiers out of the city. Since the king had already given the order, he naturally did not dare to delay. However, the required rations had not been gathered, and he could not possibly let the soldiers go to the battlefield on an empty stomach. Wasn't this? He had just finished preparing the military supplies when he led the army out. However, he did not know how terrible the rations that he had spent so much effort to obtain were. The rice was old, and it was the kind that had already started to rot and mold. The weapons were semi-finished products. They only looked in good shape, but when they were actually used, one would know how weak they were. Even the quality of the uniforms they wore was extremely poor. Some of them had already been unstitched before they even reached Sangwang City, causing countless soldiers to curse them. All of this was naturally the work of State Preceptor Long Qi. He had already accepted Skylark's 2 million taels of silver. After making the decision to rely on the Duke of Loyalty, he no longer feared anyone. Moreover, in his eyes, since these 100,000 soldiers had left, there was no need for them to think about coming back. What was there to be afraid of? Half a month later, in front of Sangnu City, the armies of both sides set up their battle formations, looking like they were going to fight it out. The attacking party consisted of more than 40,000 mercenaries. They left Hanoi, passed through Ing Brothel, took over Heping Town, and took over Muzhou City. They came all the way to Sangnu City. From afar, the defending side seemed to have the advantage in numbers. Sang Wenla led 100,000 troops, and with Fan Yuhai's 50,000, they had a total of 150,000 men. This did not include the 100,000 workers and 30,000 Han civilians that they had recruited from the nearby cities. The Lanzheng Kingdom once had an alias called the Lao's Comfort Department. It was originally a province of the Great Ming Dynasty. However, because the Great Ming Dynasty had lost its rule over Jiaoji, and the originally powerful Great Ming Dynasty had split into two after the Tumu Rebellion, Jiaoji was naturally no longer under the Great Ming Dynasty's control. However, there were still some Han civilians within the Great Ming Dynasty. It was as if these 30,000 people were forcibly recruited from the nearby cities. Now, half of these Han civilians were pushed to the front of the battlefield. The remaining half were mixed in with the Lanzheng soldiers and Fan Yuhai's men. This was to prevent the mercenaries from firing cannons. Fan Yuhai had already experienced how advanced their cannons were during the Battle of Hanoi City. With that experience, he was fully prepared this time. The 30,000 Han civilians mixed in with the army were prepared to deal with the cannons. There were also 100,000 Lanzheng civilians. They had set up hundreds of catapults. In comparison, these catapults were very simple. Some were even built with rough wood, and the joints were connected with thick ropes. They could not be used for long, but when there were many of them, they were still quite powerful. This was the second method that Fan Yuhai had prepared. Since it was the second method, there should be a third. That's right, the third method was the 5,000 light cavalry. This was all that Fan Yuhai had. He had even taken out the 1,000,000 taels of silver that Bai Ming had given him. Only then could he have such a cavalry force that could charge and retreat quickly. Before the Ming dynasty, the Mongols relied on their invincible war horses to kill their way into the Central Plains and establish the Yuan dynasty. From this, one could see how strong cavalry was. Other than these three methods, Fan Yuhai had another trump card, which was Li Min and Shen Kun. They were all experts in close combat, and possessed decent martial arts. As long as they found the right opportunity, they would be able to sever the head of the Duke of Loyalty amidst the chaos. If they succeeded, the mercenaries would be defeated without a leader. At that time, he would lead his army and fight his way through, restoring the glory of Jiaoji and reliving the glory of the past. For this battle, Fan Yuhai had put in a lot of effort and made ample preparations. Right now, he was riding on a horse and mixed in with the cavalry. As he looked at the mercenaries in the distance who had also set up their battle formation, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see how the great Ming's loyal duke, who was rumored to care for the Han people, would break out of this situation. On the side of the mercenaries, when they saw many civilians in Han attire being pushed to the front of the troops by the enemy, some of the officers immediately felt a sense of helplessness. Those who were able to become mercenaries had all stayed in Shijian City before. Naturally, they knew about the sixth young master's dream of reviving the Han people. This dream was not just for show. In the Battle of Jiaoji, the number of Han people saved had reached 80,000, and this number was still increasing as more cities surrendered. It could be said that the reason why the Cold Vanguard could be so united was because of the rising status of the Han people. Most of them were people who had suffered before, so they didn't want to see their children suffer again. Now that they had the chance to conquer a country for them and live a better life, how could they not give it their all? However, with so many of their compatriots standing in front of them and blocking their way, they felt like they had punched cotton, and it was very depressing. Through the binoculars, Yang Qinong saw the enemy's formation clearly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Forcing the people to fight was clearly a despicable act, and it was shameful for a real man. If such a thing happened in the future, it would definitely be opposed and reprimanded by all the countries in the world. However, it was only the 14th century now, and the slogan of human rights had not been used before. Even Yang Qidong himself did not know how many people he had built, so it would be ridiculous to talk about human rights at this time. It could be said that the war at this time was all about cruelty and unscrupulous means. Fan Yuhai's actions made some people curse him for not being a hero and not doing things in an open and above-board manner. There was really nothing else to say about it. "Young master!" Tiger's mane stood at the side and shouted, not knowing what to do. The two commanders of the Cold Vanguard and the political commissar came to Yang Chendong's temporary command center. The situation at the front line was complicated, and it made them feel powerless. Of course, not all of them cared about the lives of the people. For example, the third commander, Wu Xing, wanted to say that they should just kill. With the advanced cannons and continuous fire guns they had prepared, they only needed a fierce charge to suppress the enemy's morale, and there was hope for victory. Of course, this was only a thought in his mind, and Wu Xing did not dare to say it out loud. He did not know what the sixth young master meant, and he dared to make such a statement. If he made him unhappy, his position as commander would be over. The four commanders were waiting for Yang Chendong's instructions. The command center was extremely quiet, until Beta Persei shouted, "Not good, the enemy is moving, and they are slowly walking towards us." "What?" Luopa and the others exclaimed, and each of them looked at the battlefield through the binoculars on their chests. Yang Chendong also took the binoculars from Beta Persei, and saw the enemy encircling the Han civilians and approaching the center of the battlefield step by step. The look in his eyes became even more gloomy, and the command center was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. After a long time, he finally spat out a word with difficulty. "Retreat!" "What?" Wu Xing's reaction was the most intense, as if he could not believe his ears. How could such a military order be given? "I said retreat, everyone retreat." Yang Chendong was like an angry lion, and he roared at Wu Xing. This time, everyone heard it clearly, and their bodies tensed up, and they immediately carried out their mission. Yang Chendong was left alone in his chair. He knew that these Han civilians were not real Han civilians, and they had lived in the Lansung Kingdom for many years, and they had already gotten married or had children there. In their hearts, they had probably long forgotten about the great Ming dynasty. If these people died, then they died, and it was not considered a loss. However, in front of so many people, Yang Chendong had no choice but to give such a military order. This was because he wanted to establish a side in the army that loved his people like his own children. He wanted everyone to know that his goal of leading all Han people to the top of the world had not changed. "Young master!" Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei walked to Yang Chendong's left and right. The two of them did not know what to say at this moment, and only thought that they should accompany the young master at this time. "I'm fine, you guys pack up and retreat." Yang Chendong seemed to be very weak as he waved his hand. However, in reality, the look in his eyes was extremely firm. He had already thought of a plan to deal with this situation, and what he did just now was more of an act. In fact, as early as a few days ago, Yang's information was sent over. Among them was the news that the nearby Han civilians were suddenly recruited. The moment he saw this news, Yang Chendong guessed in his mind what Fan Yuhai was going to do. Chapter 575. Using civilians as hostages. Perhaps the ancient people did not experience this many times. However, during the anti-Japanese era, this kind of thing happened countless times. However, this seemingly old-fashioned method was the most effective against those benevolent and righteous people. On this issue, their seniors had suffered many losses. When they were studying in the military academy, the instructors had also brought up this problem. It was a pity that even in the future, when technology was more advanced, no one could think of a good way to solve this problem. Fortunately, the students back then knew the nobility of human rights. No matter who it was, if they wanted to use this method again, they would first have to endure great pressure. They did not think that they would encounter such a situation again. At that time, Yang Chendong had also thought of this problem, but it was just a thought. After that, he threw it to the back of his mind. After all, he also did not think that such a thing would happen to him. He was the most powerful Cold Vanguard, the king of soldiers. He was used to carry out dangerous missions and not in this kind of conventional battle. The most hateful thing was that he actually had to face this problem now. For the past few days, Yang Chendong had been thinking about it. Until last night, when he looked at the moon hanging high in the sky and the bright moonlight shone down on the earth, he finally made a decision. Although it was not the best method, at least it was passable and no one would criticize him. Yang Chendong gave the order to retreat. The 40,000-strong army retreated for tens of li. When the sky was about to turn dark, Fan Yuhai's army finally stopped advancing. Then, everyone's face was filled with joy as they laughed heartily. They thought that they had finally found the soft rope of the mercenaries. If they had known that this method would be so effective, they would not have lost Jiaoji. Following the laughter, the 30,000 Han people were speechless and angry. Originally, they did not know what they were going to do here. However, after everything that happened today, they finally saw the truth. It turned out that they were going to be used as human shields. The anger in their hearts was as fierce as a tiger. No! It could only be said that they were like cats. In front of Fan Yuhai and the Lan Tsang Kingdom's army, who were many times more numerous than them, they did not dare to resist. All these years of living here had smoothed out the edges and corners of their struggles, making them accustomed to being oppressed and resigned to their fate. Of course, they were more worried that the Han army would suddenly launch an attack on them. If that was the case, the 10,000 Han soldiers at the front would undoubtedly be the first to be killed. Just like that, they were on tenterhooks for an entire day. Only when the sky had completely darkened did the Han citizens let out a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what would happen the next day, no matter what, they had managed to get through today's ordeal. Haha, as expected, these Han people are mercenaries. In the central tent, Sang Wengel's face was full of excitement. He sat on the big chair and drank wine. He felt incomparably carefree. Fan Yuhai was also very happy. Obviously, the feeling of having everything under control made him very comfortable. However, he was still a famous general, so he wouldn't easily show his arrogant side. Wasn't the mercenary army still there? To become a famous general, there were several requirements. For example, accurate judgment, fearless courage, the ability to control the entire situation, as well as a humble and cautious mentality. Fan Yuhai was undoubtedly qualified, but his years of cautiousness still made him say to Sang Wenla, "General Sang, it's too early to be happy. The mercenaries are only retreating, they have not been defeated by us. Looking at these mercenaries, their military discipline is indeed strict. Even when they were retreating, they were still in an orderly manner. They will not be easy to deal with. As for the 30,000 Vietnamese mercenaries, their morale is already starting to weaken. Why don't we attack them when we advance tomorrow? As long as these 30,000 people are defeated, it will definitely affect the main force of the mercenaries. At that time, our opportunity will be presented." Everything that happened today had already proven Fan Yuhai's ability. Sang Wenla naturally believed in his words. He nodded. "Okay, tomorrow morning, we will plan properly. It's about time we take the initiative to attack." Previously, they did not attack because they were not sure if the Han citizens would be effective against the mercenaries. After all, this was an opponent that killed without batting an eyelid. Just the number of Jingguan statues that they had created was unknown. But now that they had found their weakness, how could they not take advantage of it? "Good, tomorrow we will definitely defeat the mercenaries. Haha, let's drink." Fan Yuhai was in a good mood as he raised his wine glass high towards his ally. "Cheers!" Sang Wenla laughed loudly, showing the arrogant side of him when it came to drinking. The cold front had a strict discipline. During wartime, regardless of the reason, no one was allowed to drink. Because of this, they had even punished a few low-ranking officers. Those who were able to enter the cold front were all outstanding individuals. To become an officer, one had to put in a lot of effort and go through a lot of trials. Their family was extremely proud of having an officer in the cold front. But it was precisely because of drinking that they were taken away that they were wrongly accused. With such an example, even those who loved to drink could only suppress their desire for good food. There was no other choice. The treatment of the cold front was too good, and the halo that it gave off was too strong. No one was willing to voluntarily withdraw from such a team. At this moment, not only was no one in the cold front drinking, they were all sitting quietly. A strong sense of pressure was building up above their heads. For the first time, the incident during the day made them feel helpless. Facing their own compatriots, some of them even felt hatred in their hearts. Perhaps it was because their daily political work was too good, but the word surrender did not exist in the dictionary of the cold front soldiers. Even if they were the only ones left on the battlefield, they would still fight fiercely to show their existence. After all, if they became martyrs, their families would be respected and treated well. If they became captives, their families would not be able to raise their heads with them for the rest of their lives. Under this kind of ideological education, they looked down on those who were spineless, even if they were Han citizens. Just like the 10,000 Han citizens who walked in front of the enemy during the day. Although they were forced to do so and had their own difficulties, it was not a reason for them to help the enemy do evil. Could it be that if the mercenaries and the cold front were defeated, these Han citizens would be considered meritorious? Would they be able to live a good life? The answer was obviously not like that. If the mercenaries were defeated, these Han citizens would no longer have any value. Although they would not be killed immediately, they would not be able to live a good life. Furthermore, because the mercenaries had injured many of the Lan Xang Kingdom's soldiers, they would only vent their anger on these Han citizens. In other words, from the moment the mercenaries appeared on the land of the Lan Xang Kingdom, these Han people only had two choices. One was to live in grievance, the other was to bravely stand up and resist. Perhaps they would die, but perhaps they would be able to completely change the trajectory of their lives. This principle could be seen by all the cold front soldiers, but these Han citizens did not seem to be able to see it. Perhaps it was because they were uneducated and did not know how to think, or perhaps they did not know what resistance was. They did not know how to rely on their own efforts to earn the respect of others, to obtain their own dignity. Or perhaps they did not even want to consider and face this problem. If that was the case, what was the difference between these people being alive and dead? For the sake of these people, they had no choice but to retreat. Who would feel good about it? If not for the strict discipline of the cold front soldiers, where obeying orders was the first thing they learned after joining the army, they would not have retreated step by step and revealed a trace of helplessness. However, the orders came from the 6th young master, so naturally, they could only obey. The cold front soldiers and the 20 auxiliary battalions ate dinner in such an atmosphere. After that, no one said a word, silently hugging their rifles and returning to their own barracks. The sky was already dark, but not a single soldier said that they were going to sleep. Under the suffocating state of mind, they probably would not be able to sleep even if they were asked to. Who knew if they would have nightmares when they finally fell asleep? No, we can't allow others to bully us like this. We must resist. Among the auxiliary soldiers, a company commander called Wan Yong suddenly broke the silence and stood up. Wan Yong's personality was straightforward. In order to avenge his family, he did not hesitate to enter the cold front soldiers' barracks under the guise of herding pigs and caused a huge ruckus. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to meet the 6th young master, Yang Chendong. After that, not only did he kill his enemy, Qing Yuan, from the Huang bandit army, he was also assigned as a temporary auxiliary soldier. After experiencing more than a dozen battles, Wan Yong finally matured. Not only did he become an auxiliary soldier, but he also became a company commander of the auxiliary soldiers. With his personality, it was normal for him to suddenly stand up and express his unfairness at this time. Originally, everyone was very depressed. All they lacked was a fuse to ignite their emotions. Wan Yong's sudden appearance gave everyone an outlet to vent their emotions. Very quickly, he received the support of many officers. Everyone was holding a breath in their hearts, but they did not know what to do. Since someone said that it was unfair and wanted to ask the 6th young master for help, many officers stood up. At first, it was only Wan Yong's battalion. Soon, this atmosphere spread to the other battalions, and they received even more support. In the end, even the cold front soldiers joined in. Commander Wu Xing became the leader of the crowd. He brought more than 50 officers of platoon rank and above to the temporary command center. "What are you all doing?" Looking at the sudden appearance of so many officers in such a menacing manner, the first and second guards in charge of the arrangements became 100 times more alert. Some of the guards even unlocked the safety of their guns, as if they were ready to fire at any moment. Chapter 576. The captain of the first guard team, Qiu Vi, and the captain of the second guard team, Dao Xiao, were also holding their guns. Their eyes were filled with anger, especially when they looked at Wu Xing, the leader of these officers. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they thought that this was a mutiny, and that Wu Xing was the leader. Wu Xing's face turned bitter when he noticed the two guard captains' murderous gazes. He would not dare to harm the sixth young master even if he had 100 guts. He was here to ask for a battle. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, he and the other officers did not bring any weapons. "Captains, you've misunderstood. We're here to request a battle. We're not here to harm the sixth young master. We don't have the guts to do that." In order to clear up the misunderstanding, Wu Xing nervously explained. Qiu Vi and Dao Xiao did not listen to Wu Xing's explanation. They only knew that these people had come to the sixth young master's tent without orders and had threatened the safety of the tent. They had to deal with these people according to their duties. "Men, tie these people up." Once the two captains gave the order, 60 guards ran out from all corners and pounced on the 50-plus officers like ferocious tigers. These guards did not care what they were here for. Since their captains had given the order, they did not hold back. They used all their strength and pressed the officers who had come to ask for a battle to the ground. However, the officers didn't dare to resist. If they did, it would be no different from a rebellion. But the problem was, who dared to rebel against Yang Qindong? Soon, the 50 officers were restrained. Their hands were tied behind their backs and pressed to the ground. Some of the officers had to pay a price for this. For example, their mouths came into close contact with the ground and they were already eating dirt. Wu Xing was also held down. Perhaps because he was the captain and a fierce general, the number of people holding him down increased from 1 to 2. With the 8 captains, Jiang Yuping, controlling him, he could not resist at all. "We can't accept what you're doing. We want to see the sixth young master." Although he was restrained, his mouth wasn't sealed. Wu Xing was still shouting and yelling. He was now the leader of Cold Front, and he was definitely one of the higher-ups of Cold Front. But now, he was actually being pressed to the ground and eating dirt. How could he be willing? Hearing Wu Xing's shout, the other officers also shouted, looking like they would rather be beaten to death. "Seal their mouths," Chou Wu said with a black face when he saw that he couldn't calm them down. He looked like he was about to sew Wu Xing's and the others' mouths with a needle. Once the order was given, some members immediately went to find towels and other things to stuff their mouths with. This caused the officers to struggle even more. If they were really gagged, then wouldn't they really become rebellious officers who couldn't speak reason? What? Seeing that the situation was about to change if the officers resisted, the guards were about to be ruthless. Just as they were about to get injured, a voice shouted. Tiger's Mane, a senior colonel, appeared. There were only 3 senior colonels in the entire Yangxia army. They were the army's division commander, Leng Song, and the navy's division commander, Gao Xiong. The last one was Tiger's Mane. This also showed his lofty status and identity. As soon as Tiger's Mane appeared, 2 guard captains immediately walked up and said, Tiger's Mane, these officers came without orders. There are so many of them. We were afraid that there would be problems, so we took the initiative. No! We didn't even bring a single weapon. How could we have other thoughts? We just want to see the 6th young master. We want to fight. Wu Xing, who was pinned down, forced his head up and looked at Tiger's Mane. At the same time, He looked at Ba Dao Jiang and Ping Yu with a warning gaze. It was as if he was saying, "Brats, I'll remember you. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you later." Ba Dao Jiang and Ping Yu naturally didn't care about the threat in Wu Xing's eyes. They were the 6th young master's guards. They already had a high status. Even if Ling Song and Gao Xiong were here, they didn't have the right to order them around. Enough. Tiger's mane saw everything. His body shook and he shouted angrily, "We're all brothers. Why are you using weapons? Let them go. Let them go. Tiger's mane, there are more than 50 of them." "Once," the second guard captain, Dao Xiao, said unwillingly. "Once what? Or do you have no confidence in yourselves? Even 60 people with guns can't deal with 50 people? Listen to my order. Let them go. The 6th young master wants to see them." Tiger's mane's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Dao Xiao. Once he heard that it was the 6th young master's order, Dao Xiao immediately became obedient. After he agreed, he gave the order to let them go. Wu Xing and the rest of the 50 guards were freed. Wu Xing stood up. He first shook off the dirt on his body. Then, he saluted Tiger's mane and said, "Thank you for your help, Tiger's mane. There's no need to thank me. This is the 6th young master's idea. But I also want to remind you that when you see the 6th young master, you only need to express your opinion and attitude. Don't make a fuss. Otherwise, before anyone else can deal with you, I'll make the first move." Tiger's mane's words were not just for show. Everyone knew that he had been serving the 6th young master for many years and was regarded as the most trusted person. If they offended him, Wu Xing and the rest would not be able to withstand his suppression. It wouldn't even be long before their military officer halos would be removed. Knowing that he could not go against Tiger's mane, Wu Xing nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Tiger's mane. We know what we're doing." Although he said that, whether he knew what he was doing or not was quickly seen. When Wu Xing and the rest of the 50 guards entered the command center, they became enraged again. One by one, they asked to fight. Some even said that if they couldn't fight, they might as well be demoted. This was because they couldn't lead the soldiers under them. It would be better to be an ordinary soldier. The shouting continued for a while. Tiger's mane scolded them several times, but there was no effect at all. The guards all talked at once and had no intention of stopping. Yang Chenong sat in his chair and watched Wu Xing and the others' performance very calmly. He did not speak at all. It wasn't until the time it took for a stick of incense to burn passed, and the guards were all talking, that he coughed softly. Beta Persei, who was standing at the side, immediately understood and shouted, "Shut up, all of you! The young master has something to say." A voice like a lion's roar resounded throughout the command center, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. At this time, they finally understood why the 6th young master always told Beta Persei to speak softly. If he didn't suppress it, no one's ears would be able to withstand such a loud voice ringing in their ears every day. But the effect of this roar was also good. At least everyone's mouths were half closed, and no one said anything more. The command center quieted down. Yang Chendong's gaze slowly swept across everyone one by one. Anyone who was stared at by his gaze would involuntarily lower their head, like a child who had made a mistake. "You want to ask for battle?" Yang Chendong finally asked the first question after an unknown amount of time. "Yes, 6th young master, we want to ask for battle." Wu Xing's official position was the highest here, so naturally, he was the one who answered Yang Chendong's question. Yang Chendong wasn't surprised or angry that Wu Xing stood up for him. Instead, he asked, "Then do you know that the enemy has placed our compatriots in the front line? If we attack, we might hurt them." Wu Xing nodded. "We know." Wu Xing answered happily. Obviously, he had already thought about the situation and problems he would face before he came. Thus, not only did he answer without hesitation, he also said the following words very smoothly. "But we also know that if we blindly retreat, it will not only harm our compatriots in front of us, but even our Han compatriots behind us will also be implicated. We can't lose the big picture for the small. Besides, what are you talking about?" Yang Chendong asked with interest when he saw Wu Xing's hesitant look. Besides, as if he had gathered his courage, Wu Xing said with a resolute expression, besides, they are now being threatened by the enemy and have no intention of resisting. Then they are not our compatriots, but the enemy's accomplices. Facing such people, we can't be soft-hearted. Nonsense. Yang Chendong's originally amiable face suddenly turned cold, stopping Wu Xing from saying what he wanted to say next. Sixth young master. Wu Xing wanted to continue speaking, but Tiger's Mane, who knew Yang Chendong very well, shouted loudly, listen to the young master. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will lock you up. Putting aside the unpleasant feeling of being locked up, just the fact that they were facing a powerful enemy, if they were locked up, wouldn't they miss out on the big battle? Without a battle to fight, that was Wu Xing's weakness. He quickly shut his mouth and did not dare to continue speaking. Wu Xing didn't say anything, but Yang Chendong continued. Just because they were threatened by the enemy doesn't mean that we don't recognize them as our compatriots. In fact, they've suffered a lot over the years, they suffered a lot. The reason why we attacked the Lan Tseng nation was not only to take revenge for provoking us, but also to save more Han people, so that they can live a better life like our family. Don't you think so? Yes, the sixth young master is merciful. For the sake of the Han people, heaven and earth can be our witness. The group of officers said in unison. They weren't trying to flatter him, but they were thinking the same thing from the start. All right, since everyone agrees with my point of view, let's prepare for the army's retreat after daybreak. If there are no other questions, you can all go back. Yang Chendong waved his hand helplessly as if the matter had been settled. Chapter 577. If it was any other time, Yang Chendong would have said something like this, and no one would have any objections. However, when they heard that there was still a retreat, the officers could not accept it. If they continued to retreat like this, when would there be an end? Sixth young master, we can't retreat anymore. If we continue to retreat, we will have to return to Yunnan province. There are more Han people there. Once the war extends there, the losses will be even greater. Yes, we can't retreat anymore, sixth young master. It's not wrong for you to feel sorry for the Han people, but doing so will only allow the enemy to take a mile after taking an inch and hurt more people. We can't retreat, we have no way out. The officers all spoke at once. No matter what they said, there was only one conclusion, and that was that they could not retreat anymore. We really can't retreat anymore, sixth young master. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the command center. Following that, 2nd Regiment Commander Luo Pe, Political Commissar Kong Jia, and 3rd Regiment Political Commissar Chen Bo strode into the command center. With such a huge commotion, how could the three of them not know? There was only one reason why they did not appear, and that was because they had the same thoughts as these officers. Since they had the same thoughts, why not let these people cause a ruckus? Perhaps there would be some good results. However, outside the tent, when they heard Yang Chendong say that they would continue to retreat, the three of them could not help but take the initiative to stand out. Another 3 regimental-level officers stood out. Together with Wu Xing, all 4 regimental-level officers had the same attitude. Obviously, this brought a lot of pressure to Yang Chendong. This could be seen from the fact that he did not speak and was frowning. Yang Chendong did not speak, which meant that he valued the opinions of Luo Pe and the other 2. Since they were not rejected immediately, the 3 of them saw an opportunity and hope. After looking at each other, the political commissar of the 2nd Regiment, Kong Jia, stepped out and said in a pleading tone, "Sixth young master, we have to fight this war. If we retreat, it will really be like what everyone said, we will only implicate more Han brothers. So counterattack is necessary, and as long as we handle it well, we should be able to reduce the number of casualties." What do you think? Yang Chendong looked at Kong Jia and asked. "Sixth young master, I think that when we start the attack, we can shout the slogan, 'Tell the Han people to get down.' If they do, our bullets will only sweep across them. That way, the possibility of hurting them will be minimized." Isn't that better? Kong Jia said his idea in one breath. From this point, it could be seen that his idea was not a sudden one, but an answer that he had thought about for a long time. Yang Qidong praised the other party's method in his heart. It seemed that this was the only way. However, on the surface, he still looked contemplative and doubtful. If that's the case, our cannons won't be able to exert their advantage. Can we defeat hundreds of thousands of enemies? That's not a problem. I promise that we officers will charge at the front line and set an example to all the soldiers. As long as we charge fiercely and fast enough, and don't give the enemy a chance to counterattack, even without the support of cannons, we can still win the battle. Wu Xing finally had a chance to speak again. He said excitedly and patted his chest as if he was giving a military order. With Wu Xing taking the lead, the other officers also followed suit. One by one, they patted their chests and made a promise. At this moment, the morale of the soldiers was high and strong. Yang Qidong also knew that it was time to make a decision. He had been waiting for this moment. Good. Meng suddenly stood up from his chair. Since everyone is so confident, what you said is also very reasonable. Then I order everyone to go down and prepare. After 2 hours, we will launch a fierce attack. But you must remember what you said and do your best to ensure the safety of our fellow Han people. Yes. The 60 officers saluted together. At this moment, they were all extremely excited. This was a battle that they had taken the initiative to ask for. They would definitely give it their all and not let the 6th young master look down on them. However, they did not know that this was all arranged by Yang Qidong. During the day, no one noticed the sudden meeting between Tiger's Mane and Wan Yong. The process was simple. Tiger's Mane used his status to ask Wan Yong for help and mobilized more officers to persuade the 6th young master. As for whether this was Tiger's Mane's request or Yang Qidong's own idea, only the master and servant knew. The petition finally ended with the satisfaction of all the officers. The next step was to prepare for the battle. There were 2 reasons for choosing to fight at night. Firstly, it was because the enemy would not be able to completely control the Han civilians under their control. Secondly, it was because the morale of the troops was at its peak. If they did not make use of this opportunity, it would inevitably be discouraged during the day. This would directly affect their fighting strength. As for how effective it would be to shout slogans to get the Han people to kneel down and cooperate with them, no one could predict. There should be some effect, but it was impossible to not kill a single Han person. The petitioning officers returned to their respective barracks. Then, they recounted the scene of their encounter with the 6th young master to everyone with exaggerated details, causing many people to be extremely excited. This was a battle opportunity that they had taken the initiative to ask for. Of course, they had to perform well. Otherwise, not only would they fail to live up to the trust that the 6th young master had placed in them, they would also be punished for it. Even if it was for their own future, they had to perform well this time. The fighting spirit of the officers was roused. Very quickly, the soldiers under them were all riled up. Originally, the retreat during the day had already made them extremely unhappy. Now that they could finally fight back, no one would say anything. They all patted their chests and promised that they would perform well. The mercenaries were already in an uproar. Their fighting spirit soared into the sky. The enemy camp was completely unaware. Late at night, Fan Yuhai and Sang Weng returned to their respective tents to rest after finishing their drinking. They wanted to have a good night's sleep and wait until dawn to see how the mercenaries retreated. Then, they would look for an opportunity to attack. The weather at the end of January was still slightly cold. Many Lanceng soldiers and former Jiaoji soldiers on night duty curled up and leaned against each other for warmth. They closed their eyes and took a nap. In the darkness, 400 meters away, the mercenaries had already charged back. In comparison, they were all burning with passion. At this moment, they were staring at the enemy under the torches. As soon as the order to attack was given, the entire army would charge out. In order to better complete this mission, the 2 main regiments of the Cold Front and 20 auxiliary battalions were all mobilized. A total of over 10,000 people wielded the 95 style or 81 rifles. They looked like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains. Behind them were 30,000 Vietnamese mercenaries, led by General Hong Jin. They were all waiting for the battle to begin. Pass down the order. Later on, everyone will perform well. Do not fall behind the mercenaries. Chop off the enemy's dog head. Hong Jin was also holding back his anger as he spoke. He could already feel the anger in the sixth young master's heart. When his master was angry, as a dog, he naturally had to take a bite out of the enemy. It was not only to show his ability, but also to show his loyalty. He would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. The hands on the watch moved up and down. When it was 1 a.m., Luo Pe, the regimental commander of the 2nd Regiment, and Wu Xing, the regimental commander of the 3rd Regiment, stood up almost at the same time and roared, "Charge!" Then, thousands of soldiers and horses started to move at a high speed. More than 40,000 people roared in unison. Their footsteps landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble at this moment. The moon hanging high in the sky also drilled into the clouds at this moment. It seemed to be afraid, or perhaps it could not bear to see the massacre happen. "What's going on?" A sudden roar rang out, causing the enemy soldiers 400 meters away to wake up from their daze. However, before they could react, more and more enemies appeared in their line of sight. Following that, thousands of gunshots rang out. The first wave of 500 enemies did not even have the time to dodge. They were shot and killed one by one, turning into corpses. It was only a distance of 400 meters, and the cold front and auxiliary soldiers were sprinting forward. In just a minute, they had killed their way into the enemy's camp. Following the battle cries, another clear voice rang out. "All the Hans can be spared if you kneel on the ground. Those who stand will be killed without mercy." The voice rang out again and again, causing the entire camp to be able to hear it. When the 30,000 Han civilians heard this, they first panicked. Then, the first smart person took the lead and fell to the ground. Out of instinct, the others followed suit and fell to the ground. Although they didn't know what the result would be, they didn't know what else they could do at this moment. "Bastards, how dare they! The Duke of Loyalty and Courage is truly despicable!" Fan Yuhai's tent was filled with cries. When he heard the battle cries outside, he knew that something was wrong. His first reaction was that Yang Qindong did not care about the lives of the Hans. Otherwise, why would he have the guts to attack? He said that he wanted to save the Hans, but that was just a slogan to show his benevolence. Otherwise, why would he have the courage to start a war? Fan Yuhai kept talking about other people's faults. He didn't even think about it. Was his way of doing things open and above board? In a battle between two armies, he did not think about how to defeat the enemy head-on. Instead, he thought about using despicable methods. He was no longer worthy of being called a famous general. Chapter 578. Quick, gather the cavalry and prepare to retreat. "Oh right, inform Li Min and Shen Kun to make their move." After venting his frustrations, Fan Yuhai quickly regained his composure and gave out orders. The attack of the mercenaries was too sudden, to the point that he did not have the time to prepare properly. Based on his intuition, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Since they were going to lose, then the most important thing was to preserve their strength. The other troops could be abandoned, but the 5,000 cavalrymen could not be left here. With the speed of their war horses, they could definitely retreat safely. Under Fan Yuhai's orders, the 5,000 cavalrymen quickly gathered and protected Fan Yuhai as they left the camp. They did not even turn back to Sangnu City, but turned and fled in another direction. It was obvious that he knew his place. He knew that a single city would not be able to stop the powerful mercenaries. At the moment when he led the cavalrymen to retreat, over 100 figures headed in the opposite direction. The leaders were Li Min and Shen Kun. They had a more important mission to complete. Compared to Fan Yuhai's decisiveness, Sang Weng-La's reaction was slower. When he was woken up from his sleep and was told that the mercenaries were coming, he did not escape immediately. Instead, he ordered his men to launch a counterattack. At the same time, he arranged for the captive Han people to be brought over. He wanted to kill the Han people in front of the mercenaries, to kill until the other party was terrified and had no choice but to retreat. It was a beautiful dream, but reality was a blow to people. Sang Wenla had forgotten how strong the enemy was, and how he had successfully infuriated the other party when he forced them to retreat earlier in the day. Once the order was given, how likely was it to be executed? The second and third cold vanguard was like a ferocious tiger, stabbing into the heart of the enemy like a pair of sharp blades. After facing a little resistance, they managed to rescue 4 groups of Han people, each group having about 1,000 Han people. These captive Han people were like livestock, their movements fixed by a few wooden stakes. Even when the cold vanguard arrived, they did not dare to break through the stakes. Just from this point, they were a bunch of zombies without any fighting spirit. Fortunately, not only were these people obedient to the enemy, they were also obedient to the mercenaries. When the slogans were heard, each and every one of them lay on the ground, trembling. It was as if they wouldn't get up even if they were beaten to death. This allowed them to dodge the bullets flying in all directions, ensuring their safety to the greatest extent. Some of the enemies were still threatening and even killing a few people, trying to force them to stand up. However, it was all in vain. Facing the Han people who were already scared out of their wits, their words did not have any effect. Even if they waved the butcher's knife, they would only kill a few hostages who did not dare to resist. When they realized that the Han people could no longer be used as hostages and the mercenaries were advancing faster and faster, the Lancing soldiers had no choice but to retreat. Without hostages, the mercenaries could unleash 100% of their strength, and were not afraid of the enemy's counterattack. In the middle of the army, Sang Wenla took the initiative to enter the battlefield, leading his personal guards to command the 100,000 Lancing workers who were woken up from their sleep to use the catapults to launch a counterattack. "General, our soldiers are currently fighting with the mercenaries. If the rocks fall, it will injure the enemy and also our own brothers." One of the captains saw that the enemy was about to attack indiscriminately, and anxiously came up to console him. "Scram! It is our soldiers' glory to be able to fight to the death with the mercenaries. Men, throw the rocks, throw them!" Sang Wenla already knew that Fan Yuhai had escaped with the cavalry, and at this moment, he was incomparably furious. Does the world think that the mercenaries are invincible? Then I will use my strength to defeat them and tell the world that the Lancing soldiers are the strongest. The 100,000 workers came to the front of the catapults, and pushed the rocks that were prepared during the day over. Then, the rocks flew into the air. It looked like a huge commotion. However, in the dark night, without any professional training, the catapults had no accuracy at all. They just hit wherever they hit. The rocks flew in all directions and whistled past everyone's heads before smashing into the ground, creating a huge pit. It created a huge pressure on the soldiers on the battlefield. "They are really vicious, even smashing their own people. Quick, charge with me. As long as we reach the front of the catapults, these things will be useless." Wu Xing saw a huge rock fly past his head and smash a dozen meters behind him. He couldn't help but grin and suck in a breath of cold air. Then, he quickly made a decision and ordered the army to speed up. The huge rocks gave the mercenaries a huge amount of pressure. At the same time, it also gave pressure to the Lancing soldiers and the 40,000 soldiers that Fan Yuhai had abandoned. When they saw the falling rocks, they originally wanted to rely on their numbers to fight it out with the mercenaries. But now they turned and ran. What kind of joke was this? These rocks did not have eyes at all. Before they could even see the mercenaries, they would be smashed to death by the rocks. How unlucky would that be? Sang Wenla, who had originally wanted to use the catapults to turn the situation around, did not know that his actions had caused the army at the front to crumble. The charging mercenaries did not meet with the crazy resistance that they had imagined, and they were getting closer and closer to the enemy. The 2nd Regiment and 3rd Regiment were like 2 sharp knives. The 20 battalions of auxiliary soldiers were like a huge net, pushing forward from behind. The 30,000 Vietnamese mercenaries were at the back, constantly rescuing the Han civilians and dealing with the small groups that had slipped through the net. At this point, it was worth mentioning that the 2 million silvers were not spent in vain. Under the instructions of Grand Tutor Long Chi, although they managed to obtain the Lanceng weapons, they were only half-finished products. When they encountered the incoming Vietnamese mercenaries, they got into formation and engaged in battle. Only then did they discover that the blades and spears in their hands had been broken into two after just a few clashes. The weakness of their weapons dealt a heavy blow to the Lanceng soldiers. How could they be a match for steel blades and spears with their bare hands? Thus, many of the Lanceng soldiers died with hatred. They did not lose in terms of battle strength, nor did they lose in terms of courage. Instead, they lost in terms of logistics. The speed of the two cold vanguard regiments was too fast. Everyone seemed to be holding their breaths as they advanced at lightning speed. Whenever they met with resistance, they would open fire without hesitation, not giving the enemy a chance to get close. In just an hour, they had broken through the front line and arrived at the center of the camp. The arrival of the cold vanguard regiment was like a hot knife through butter. They arrived in front of the trebuchets, killing the Lanceng soldiers and causing them to flee in all directions. Even General Sang Wang Lao was forced to retreat to Sang Nu City under the protection of his personal guards. There were still 50,000 soldiers left behind to guard the city. No matter what, they still had the strength to fight. After charging for over a dozen li, they entered the middle camp from the enemy's front camp, then into the back camp. The cold vanguard regiment was unstoppable. This time, the combat strength that they displayed made the enemy unable to help but change their opinion of them once again. Awesome! Seeing the enemy being forced back to Sang Nu City, other than his beloved comrades, there was a group of prisoners kneeling on the ground. The 3rd Regiment commander Wu Xing could not help but howl to the sky. However, he also fell to the ground with a plop. At the same time, he was also really tired. After chasing the enemy for over a dozen li, the sky had just turned bright. In other words, they had run so far in just 6 hours. Not to mention running for over a dozen li, they had to keep charging and facing all kinds of problems. Normally, it would be difficult for the cold vanguard regiment to do this. This time, it was because of the strong morale of the soldiers and the anger that they had suppressed previously that they were able to achieve this result. Commander Wu Xing did not know that all of this was within Yang Chendong's calculations. He knew better than anyone else whether the Han civilians would appear or not. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat during the day and suddenly charge back at night. The officers requesting to fight was also part of his plan. This way, not only could he offset the fact that the enemy had hostages, he could also stimulate the fighting spirit of the outstanding soldiers. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No! It should be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Because these officers were the ones who requested to fight first, he reluctantly agreed to send out troops. This way, even if there were more casualties among the Han hostages, no one would blame him. This was the unanimous opinion of all the officers, and he was just pushing the boat along. Perhaps some people would think that this was the mentality of a careerist. But since ancient times, how could there be no casualties? War was never a case of you advancing and I retreating, and I advancing and you retreating. There would always be all kinds of benefits and problems. For example, the 36 stratagems of the art of war, a battle of wills and courage, you plotting against me, and I plotting against you. On the other hand, history was always written by the victors. No matter how well you did things, once you lost, it was inevitable that others would say that you were pedantic. On the other hand, as long as you did not use too heaven-defying methods to win, others would say that you were wise, smart, or even great. This was history. This was the so-called true history that future generations could see. And right now, Yang Chendong had won. He was undoubtedly great, but what others did not know was that this great person was currently experiencing a life and death crisis. Li Min, Shen Kun. One was the adopted son of the former king of Jiaoji, the other was a high-level assassin sent by Bai Ming. Originally, these 2 people had nothing to do with each other. Even their lifelines would not be tangled in the slightest. However, because of a common goal, they actually joined forces, and that goal was to kill young Chenong. Chapter 579. One was for revenge, and the other was for precaution. Under Fan Yuhai's persuasion, the two of them came together. Then, they each led their men who had been trained for many years. When the mercenaries launched an all-out attack in the middle of the night, they bypassed the main army and quietly headed to the rear where Yang Chendong might be hiding. In this battle, in order to achieve the goal of severely injuring the Lancang soldiers and the Jiaoji remnants in one fell swoop, Yang Chendong sent out all his men. Not only did he send out the two main regiments, 20 auxiliary battalions, 30,000 Vietnamese mercenaries, even the Wolf Fang Special Forces and the Ghost Sniper Team, who were hidden in the dark, were all sent out. It was just to increase the bargaining chip and obtain a greater victory. In this way, Yang Chendong's security force was only left with 60 members of the 1st and 2nd Guard squads. But even so, no one felt that there was any problem. Not to mention that they were originally at the rear of the army. The enemy had no time to deal with the attacks of the mercenaries, so why would anyone come find trouble with them? With the presence of the 1st and 2nd Guard squads, who could rush into the headquarters and hurt Yang Chendong? No one had such strength, so this time, even Tiger Man, who had always been cautious, did not say that he would leave any troops behind to strengthen the young master's security force when he saw the army move out one by one. Now that the battle was the priority, one more person left behind would mean one less force on the battlefield. In the big picture, he would not do this. No one thought that there would be any danger, but the danger really did appear. That was when Yang Chendong stood in front of the sand table, constantly listening to the battle reports from the reconnaissance battalion in front. Just as he was practicing the battle between the two sides, gunshots suddenly rang out from outside. "What's going on?" Without needing Yang Chendong to ask, Beta Persei immediately walked out. As the 6th young master's inseparable shadow, his existence had always been detached from the rest. Among the 5 guards of the Yang family, he was also ranked the highest. This was also because his responsibility was to ensure the safety of the 6th young master. This task was originally sacred and noble. "Second brother, someone is approaching us and has been discovered. Now we have sent people to chase after them." The captain of the 1st Guard squad, Chiu Vi, flashed out from the darkness and repeated what had just happened. "Be careful." Beta Persei nodded. He just thought that some stragglers had accidentally entered here. However, his duty still made him say this very seriously. "Don't worry, second brother." Chiu Vi nodded his head. Although he was a little older than Beta Persei, in terms of duty, especially in the heart of the 6th young master, he was obviously not as important as Beta Persei. It was not a loss to call him second brother. Beta Persei returned to the command center. When he saw Tiger's Mane's questioning gaze, he gently shook his head, indicating that it was not a big deal. After Tiger's Mane gave him a reassuring look, he followed behind Yang Chendong and inserted flags everywhere on the sand table. Bang, bang, bang! Several gunshots rang out again. This time, the sound seemed to be a little clearer. Beta Persei's figure flashed out again, but not long after, he walked back. There were still small groups of enemies appearing, but it was not a big deal. Tiger's Mane continued to assist the 6th young master in completing the military situation analysis on the sand table, but then the 3rd wave of gunshots rang out. This time, without waiting for Beta Persei to rush out of the command center, Tiger's Mane was the first to walk out. If the first time was a coincidence, the second time was an accident, then what was the third time? If it was too much of a coincidence, then it was not a coincidence. Someone had done it on purpose. Soon, Tiger's Mane walked back to the command center, but at this moment, his face was not looking good. When he noticed that Yang Chenong was looking at him, he knew that he had to tell the truth. He lowered his head and said, "Young master, some unknown enemies suddenly appeared outside. They are like ghosts. They come and go without a trace. 3 of our team members have been injured." "Injured?" Did you catch the culprit? Yang Chendong was surprised when he heard this. He was well aware of the strength of the guard squad. Putting aside the fact that their training requirements were already higher than the most elite of the cold front, just the sparring sessions with him had already shown how much they had improved. For someone to be able to injure them, and even injure 3 of them in one go, it was only natural that they would be shocked. Tiger's Mane, who was questioned by Yang Chendong, looked a little bitter. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Our brothers are incompetent. We didn't catch the culprit. They were too fast, and the team members didn't dare to chase after them. They were afraid that they would be lured away. We didn't catch them." This time, Yang Chendong raised his eyebrows, but soon he laughed out loud. Interesting. It seems that this is a force to be reckoned with. What about the young master?" Although Yang Chendong was laughing, Tiger's Mane knew that he was laughing out of anger. How could the master laugh happily when his team members were injured? "What do we do?" "Of course, we hit them. We can't let them act tough in front of us. How about this, if they come again, let the team members chase after them. They can hide for a while in the dark, but I don't believe that they can hide forever. If you see any suspicious targets, shoot. Don't be afraid of wasting bullets," Yang Chendong said fiercely. His smile had long since disappeared. Yes. Tiger's Mane naturally wouldn't disobey Yang Chendong's suggestion. However, there was still a problem, so he asked, "Young master, how many people should we send out at once?" "Let's send out the entire second guard team first," Yang Chendong replied after pondering for a moment. If he sent out too few people, he was afraid that they would fall into the enemy's ambush. The gains would not make up for the losses. The entire second squad had 30 people, and they were used to cooperating with each other. Even if they faced enemies 10 times more than them, there wouldn't be any problems. With the advantage of guns, they could still retreat if they couldn't win. As soon as he heard that the entire second squad would be sent out, Tiger's Mane hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, isn't it too much?" Not much. The first time we send out the second squad, if there are still people coming, it proves that the enemy's strength and numbers won't be too small. Then, we'll send out the first squad as well." After saying this, Yang Chendong glanced at Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei. He wanted to send out the 2 of them as well. After all, the enemy's goal must be to target him, and if there wasn't a good enough opportunity, they wouldn't easily appear. Therefore, it was best not to leave anyone around him to ensure that he could lure out the killer. However, he also knew that even if he said so, the 2 of them would not agree. Other things could be discussed, but when it came to their own safety, they would not execute it even if they were beaten to death. Being able to withdraw the 2 guard squads was already the biggest concession they could make. Tiger's Mane didn't know that Yang Chendong wanted to send him out, because even if the first guard team was sent out, he would have already jumped to his feet. No, absolutely not. Looking at Tiger's Mane's desperate look, Yang Chendong was moved, but he pretended to be angry and said, "What? You're the young master, and I'm the young master. If I say it's okay, then it's okay." Beta Persei beat him up. Okay. Beta Persei naturally followed Yang Chendong's lead. As long as it was the young master's order, he would completely carry it out, never caring whether it was right or wrong. Therefore, at this moment, he smiled and clenched his fists. There was a creaking sound as he stretched his muscles and bones. Tiger's Mane's strength was originally on par with Beta Persei. One was agile, and the other was strong. However, Beta Persei's fists were really not to be trifled with. Once he got hit, it would definitely not feel good. Unless it was a battle of life and death, Tiger's Mane would usually be at a disadvantage in a contest like this. The enemy was right beside him, and no one knew what would happen next. If he was injured at this time, it might delay the important matters. A wise man knows when to retreat. For the sake of the overall situation, Tiger's Mane finally chose to give in. Okay, don't do it. I'll listen to your orders. Okay, Beta Persei, I'll spare him this time. Humph, luckily you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I would have sent you out too, Yang Chendong said. After he said this, he could see Tiger's Mane's unyielding expression. Obviously, sending out the first guard team was already his limit. Unless he was killed, he would never agree to transfer him out too. Although he had now agreed to Yang Qindong's request, Tiger's Mane still had hope in his heart. Perhaps sending out the second guard team would be enough, and the enemy would not come again. Such thoughts were destined to be disappointed. Just 10 minutes after the second guard team was sent out, gunshots were heard again. The enemies hiding in the dark had made their move again, and there were quite a few of them. As Yang Qindong said before, they saw the hope of luring the tiger away from the mountain. This time, they should have put in a lot of effort. "Young master, please reconsider." Tiger's Mane, who was in the command center, did not immediately execute the order. Instead, he still held a glimmer of hope as he spoke to Yang Qindong. "Go, follow the order just now." Yang Qindong waved his hand casually. This time, the enemy's target was obviously him. Although it was said that as long as he could restrain his temper, it would be very difficult for the enemy to kill him. However, he did not like the feeling of being on guard against the enemy at all times. He preferred to take the initiative to attack and strangle all dangers in the cradle. Since the other party was determined to kill him, he would fulfill the other party's wish and send everyone out to lure them out. Sigh. With a sigh, Tiger's Mane knew that the result could not be changed. He could only reluctantly walk out of the command center. At this moment, Yang Qindong's voice came from behind him. "Don't play tricks. Otherwise, even if you can fool the young master, you won't be able to fool the enemy. You understand?"